Oh yeah, there is a little dot on your head.
Mm-hmm. I'm not being held at gunpoint to be here today. I want chat to know that I'm safe, and there is no armed militia behind the camera, and and it's fine. And it's, just get down. No. No. Jay, would you like to redo your intro? I think we got off on a bad foot, and it would be impolite for the chat not to be able to hear your incredible intro. We could do like a take
Yeah,
two. We can
so
do
I'm
it
very
live.
curious, chat. Did you all didn't hear anything from me,
I
did you?
don't
You
think they
didn't hear
heard anything.
anything. Like even when we were on the Welcome to VTuber Talk screen. Dang it. I don't know if in 104 episodes this has ever happened before of me actually messing up on that level. Maybe once or twice. I'm so sorry.
No. I feel like this has made the experience unique. And honestly, my chat understands that I am a scuff streamer, so I think I'm bringing this kind of chaotic energy onto it. It's
Oh.
authentic. It's fun. It's the it's straight from the source, straight from the river.
Yep.
The
Well,
river
I
of
do have the
chaos.
saying, embrace the scuff, love the scuff, because
Yeah.
stuff happens. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
sure,
Chat's
I'll
cool.
do the intro. So hello, welcome to VTuber Talk. I'm your host, Jay, and thank you so much for joining us this evening. For those of you who haven't been here before, VTuber Talk is designed after classic late night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. Of course, ideally those conversations can actually be heard on both ends by the folks in the audience. Otherwise, it's going to
Yes.
seem a little bit awkward. So at least we figured this out real early and didn't end up having a full conversation with only your voice. Otherwise, we'd have been in trouble.
We would have found a way to make it work. But hey, here we are. We made it
Yes,
work. It
we
is
made
working.
it work. Yes, and
Fuck it,
thank
we
you
ball.
to Condition Bleen, Free Reign Gaming, Clueless Wanderer, QP, and Hydro8024 for the follows. Really appreciated. Really excited to have you all here. That I was telling Jets before we went live that part of the fun for me as a host is seeing the chat come in, because I don't invite folks on my show unless I've seen a couple of their streams that I need to know their content on a very basic level. And also, I pay attention to the chat as well. And that most of the folks who tune into my shows on a given night are going to be fans of the guest. Surprise, surprise, that's just how it goes. But that also means that I get to have a different vibe in my chat for every time I have a show, and that's part of the fun for me. So thank you for being here. And I can also say that this is the first time I have ever had the asbestos tag on one of my streams. So thank you very much for that suggestion. I believe it was Daldot for that one.
Mm-hmm. Am I gonna have to get into it? I mean, you don't know, but my community knows. But you did go, why do they want the asbestos tag?
Yeah, well
Is this
also,
the first
first,
thing that
I
we're gonna
need
get
you to, if you could do your own intro, that I'm guessing the vast majority of people, quite obviously here,
Mm.
are already familiar with you, but for anyone who might not be.
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Jean Famas, but you can call me Jets. I'm an Australian tomboy mech pilot. I love playing retro games and sci-fi games. And also I have the asbestos tag. I'm Twitch.tv's #1 asbestos streamer. Yeah, that's me. I like doing my best at having a fun time, and being a little bit of a dingus, which is a common word used around my community.
And apparently asbestos speedrun 90%. So
Yeah,
I guess
exactly.
we should address the elephant in the room. You gave me the basic one-liner of it before we went live, because I was asking in the chat while we were on the starting soon screen of, okay, someone in chat has said, why no asbestos tag? What's up with that? Is this a problematic thing? Should I put this in? Should I not? And you said that, in short, you may or may not have ingested asbestos when you were young.
Yeah, I might have ingested asbestos as a child. I think the conversation came up. I think I was playing Metal Gear Solid 3. And I was really late into a Metal Gear Solid 3 stream, and those are the streams that I really like. I like streaming for a long time, because the longer I stream, the more relaxed I get, the more my brain starts turning off, and my subconscious starts turning on, and I just start talking about things really casually. And I think I was just playing Metal Gear 3, and out of nowhere, got into a conversation about oh yeah, I think I had asbestos as a child, not expecting people to be concerned about that. And essentially the conversation, the context is, I grew up very, very rural in the middle of nowhere in Australia. Moved around a lot. But for a large portion of it, it was genuinely what we refer to as whoop whoop, which means middle of desert, middle of nowhere. And the way Australian schools or even mech schools are designed is they're kind of like little containment buildings on a large plain of like grassland or like dirt land, little boxes. It's not like a big, school center with corridors and lockers. There's little units. A lot of these units were built in the 70s. Almost all of them, and one of the main ones that was like falling to pieces, like missing a window. The fan felt like the aircon fell off the wall.
Oh no.
At one point during the middle of class was one of the drama rooms, and I really enjoyed hanging out in the drama room. But this place is falling to pieces. It's got dirt, it's got dust all over it. You're performing in there. You're doing improv or whatever. And then the Australian government, or like whatever the department who's in charge of asbestos is, comes around to all the schools. Finally gets to the middle of nowhere country schools to check out, if they have asbestos. Lo and behold, most of these buildings had asbestos and have had asbestos since the 70s, and all these signs were put up which like, do not do construction, these buildings have asbestos, despite the fact that the walls have been falling off for years now. And
how lovely.
And due to the fact I spent almost all of my lunches inside these art rooms and in drama rooms, because going outside means interacting with mean, scary teenagers, there is a part of my body which is most likely it got asbestos.
So it does make me wonder too that there were certain places, not at my elementary school, but that at my college actually, that there were certain buildings that were very nice and new, but this is a big college that's been around for hundreds of years. And a couple buildings on campus are going to be a bit older. And a couple of the rooms in particular that I frequented were a bit older. And the thing that makes me particularly worried is that these rooms are not classrooms, that they are not places where students are normally supposed to be. It's not a place that we weren't allowed to be. It was just for the band program that there were some older rooms where like basically the band support group would do its meetings and whatnot. So, allowed to be there, and the place was not in disrepair, but it was just one of those visibly older areas, one of the visibly older rooms, and we all sort of had the running joke of, we're probably inhaling asbestos here, and we're just, like, well, we'll find out in a couple decades, maybe.
You're gonna put a pin in that one. It's like a long-term experiment, One day I might catch up with you. Then maybe you get superpowers or something.
If you haven't potentially encountered asbestos at least once, did you really have a childhood?
Yeah, or like, I don't know, like burn your legs off with flammable pajamas or whatever.
Pardon?
Well, flannelette is a highly flammable fabric. So I worked in a fabric store for a little bit. For quite a while, and I was the youngest person in this fabric store. Most of the people I worked with are old ladies, so I got really used to saying like what was the phrase that all the old ladies say? They're like, I think it was either hun or darling. I think it was like darling, or like, so like, what can I get you, darling? Or like, it was like one of those words that old ladies say, and it was in my vocabulary for a little while. I completely forgot what it was. I used to say it so regularly working behind this fabric counter. It's so weird now, but it's just what all the old ladies said. Anyway, that's like a side tangent. I worked in this fabric shop, and flannelette, which is the material that all the old nans would come in to buy to make pajamas and like doona covers, which is, what do you call it in America? Quilts? No. What do you call it?
Yeah,
not doona.
quilts.
Is it doona? Quilts? Okay, yeah.
That quilts, Afghans, probably quilts.
Yeah, it's made out of flannelette. Flannelette is one of the most flammable materials known to man, and you just put children and small children into this.
Wrap them up in this.
Wrap them up in this material, and all of these bolts are beautifully like they got little unicorns on them and rainbows and hearts and Thomas the Tank Engines. All along the edge line of the fabric has like extremely flammable. Do not turn it to clothes. Extremely flammable.
Yes, because even if it's not your clothes, that rather we draw the line at close of you walking around with it, but somewhere along the line, sleeping in it, that's okay.
Yeah,
Putting a
it's
child in it, that's just fine.
fine.
Somewhere here there was the disconnect of where people stopped being concerned.
Mm. Well, the thing was old ladies come and be like, "Oh, you guys got flannelette," and I'll be like, "Yeah, it's right over here." They go, "Do you have any flannelette that's not flammable?" I was like, "No, flannelette is flammable." They're like, "What?" Because I'll look at the information and then never notice. Like, but I sleep in flannelette every day. I was like, "Oh yeah, it's incredibly flammable."
It even sounds like it. Flannelette,
It's
flammable.
Flammolette. So that was always very funny because it's there to protect the safety of the people making it, but everyone still wears it. And I found it quite interesting having these conversations with little old Italian ladies having to go back and forth. They're like, "Oh, but I wear it." I'm like, "Yes, I know you wear it. It is still flammable."
Oh,
Yeah,
gosh,
sorry, I don't know how I got that.
that makes me think of, one, who were the people that discovered that this was very flammable, because that probably wasn't a fun experience.
I think it's like the classic. There's the story I think most people have, which I don't know why I know the story. I think maybe I watched a TV series and they did this bit. It's the whole thing of like the 70s where everyone wore flannelette and everyone had those induction heaters, those like those wire, like those heaters that would get really, I don't know if it was in other parts of the world, but definitely in Australia, like induction style
Mm-hmm.
wire heaters with the electric blankets. Yeah, these
Oh,
heaters
yeah.
that would
Oh,
heat up and get like kind of on the middle inside it would get
yeah,
hot.
so
People
let's
put
literally put a electrical heat source
yeah.
inside of this highly flammable material. This won't end
Yeah.
poorly, I'm sure.
And I'm pretty sure there's lots of statistics from specifically the 70s where a lot of kids would be like sitting near the heater wintertime wearing their warm flannies because
And then
that's
suddenly being too warm.
and then being way too warm. Yeah, it's a recipe for disaster. Lots of like stories of people and like I guess dry off their clothes by putting them on the heater, which would be fine if you're using cotton or rayon, but no, not flannelette. It is very
Gosh.
conductive. I think that's where it comes from. Maybe I just know that because working with fabric stuff. Yep.
That's very unsettling, shall we say, but
Sorry,
hey.
we're just starting off with the conversation.
I love how this show started. Just, all right, let's go through some dangerous substances, everybody.
Yeah, it's like a dare campaign. Like, kids don't wear flannelette. There's actually a PSA advertisement. Hazardous materials, don't eat heavy metals. It's despite how cool it sounds.
Yeah,
Most
just,
paints can kill you.
the whole war on drugs thing had, there was some silly stuff going on, but at the very least, I think we can all agree, don't eat heavy metals.
No.
Like,
No,
that's
cadmium
generally just not
will
going to
kill
be a
you.
good time.
Yeah. Actually, the more I think about it, the more kind of materials I have definitely been around that are incredibly hazardous for me. Maybe that explains why I am the way I am as a as a person.
Yeah, like I said, if you haven't, encountered a hazardous material or two in your day, are you really living life?
Yeah, exactly. It adds spice. It adds a little bit of that's the whole thing because it explains the content. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Yes, so that when it comes to your content, you are a big fan of retro stuff, and whether that be
Yeah.
in your media, in your games, that you love retro, you love sci-fi.
Yeah.
Can you point at all? Do you really remember at all where your interest in those areas began?
Kind of. I mean, like, I've talked about this a bunch on stream, how I didn't get to watch a lot of media or consume a lot of stuff growing up until I got to like my early mid-teens, where I realized, oh god, I've not like listened to music or watched movies. Time to watch all the movies. And then when I did start like consuming lots of media and music and movies, it was always sci-fi stuff. A lot of like 80s action movies like Terminator and a lot of like Alien and like Blade Runner and Ghost in the Shell and Akira, and be like, yeah, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my entire world. And I think the reason why I was gravitated to just watching all of those movies, and I went to like a big like when it was like a retro new wave revival, synth wave. I was listening to so much like synth music, electro music. I think the reason why was like, oh yeah, like I had like I had like John Carpenter's collection on my iPod Shuffle. I think it was because when I was younger, the few things I do remember having to watch was I remember that at the facility house there was a box set, like a double box set, like those discount box sets you get from like a Target or a Kmart or or in like the DVD aisles at a Woolies, that had the Power Rangers. It was like the best of the Power Rangers compilation box set, and it was, to me, it was like the coolest thing I had ever seen in my entire life. I remember watching that Power Rangers box. I don't think there was like chronological, and then there was the Power Rangers movie with Ivan Ooze that was recorded in Sydney. The early Power Rangers, watching I don't know, that kind of media, my brain being like, whoa, this is incredible. I think that influenced me going down a path later when I was like in my early teens of just mass consuming 80s action flicks and sci-fi media.
So where was the turning point in, you said that you were not allowed to watch,
Mm,
certain types of media
yeah.
when you were growing up. Now,
Mm.
was it when you turned a certain age that your parents were like, all right, sure, you can watch whatever now, and that you started seeking this out, or that they maybe even showed you the stuff that they didn't want you watching but when you were younger? Or was it, all right, I'm out of the house, they can't stop me?
um, I think it was more so. So like I really only have like Mech Mom in my life, but she's always been very, 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 very busy lady, and she was never like really strict. So much so she just never had the time to think, oh crap, maybe we should watch I don't know, the Star Wars franchise, or in relation to that, like I don't think she ever got to watch uh media growing up. So she's not, so I think a lot of times when kids, like their parents like, oh Johnny Jim, find time for me to shit you down and listen to the Beatles, I think it's because they got to listen to the Beatles, or they enjoyed that thing, or they wanted to share something they really love with, their family. Mech Mom doesn't watch movies. Mech Mom doesn't really listen to music apart from ABBA. Doesn't really read books, so I think it never crossed her mind in regards to like movies and music to I don't know, to share it with me. So I got to this point where I'd realized, oh my god, no one has ever sat me down and showed me aliens. Holy crap. And I think it was when I was like a young teen, and I was spending all my hours on Tumblr, and I kept on seeing, because I was on aesthetic Tumblr, wasn't on nerd Tumblr, but
Ah,
a little bit nerd, but mostly aesthetic. I kept on seeing those aesthetic cinematography compilations of movies, like cinematic, yeah, Tumblr aesthetics, yeah, of movies, and be like, holy crap, this is beautiful, what the hell? Muffled Waterloo in the distance. She's approaching, the sound of Mech Mom approaching you like, Waterloo.
so it was never
Yeah.
that you weren't allowed to, it just was that you were not naturally exposed to it.
It was more so I wasn't allowed to play really well, yeah, exposure and then allowed to, because I had like, I moved around a lot without getting too much into context. There were places where I stayed where I wasn't allowed to do things, and there were places where I stayed where I wasn't, like people who were looking after me were really busy. So I was very self-sufficient for
Yeah,
most, like all of my
self-sufficient.
life.
Yeah.
Yeah, super self-sufficient. And when you're self-sufficient, that just resulted in me uh like drawing a lot, like just like skill. That's why I got into art so young, because I didn't have anything else to do, and apart from maybe having some paper, some like printer paper and pens, and forming my own kind of fun, which meant creating like oh, that might be another relation to sci-fi stuff. My favorite movie growing up was Treasure Planet. Fucking loved Treasure
Ooh,
Planet, I
I didn't
loved
see
it.
Treasure Planet until
Oh
like
my god.
3-ish years ago, and was like, okay, yeah, this is really good. And
Oh, it's so
it's
good.
not that I wasn't allowed to see Treasure Planet, it's because it was a commercial failure, so it just never came
Yep.
across my radar.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think one of the facilities had Treasure Planet on VHS. I think it was, and I remember, yeah, watching. I remember watching that VHS like so much. I don't know why it was it on VHS? It might have been. I always find myself in a weird place tech wise. growing up because I grew up very rural in the middle of nowhere, and then also moved around a lot. So a lot of things I had were hand-me-downs and second-hand things. So I don't really even remember having a computer till way later than I probably should have, if that makes sense. And then when I
Mm.
did, it was, I think, I remember there being like a desktop beige DOS system at one point, but like I don't know if that came and gone, if it got pawned, if what happened to it. And then I remember there being like a Dell with a Black Tower 2000 style PC in the house, and that was the PC where I fucking watched Caramel Dancing for the first time, and it changed my life.
Ah. Now
Staying
the
up
question is,
way too late.
how did Caramel? Do you remember how
Mm,
Caramel Dancing came to your attention, came across your feed? Because the fact that you
yeah.
call that out
Mm.
as such a important moment has me curious. Because I can't remember the first time I saw Caramel Dancing.
I
I
don't. I
know,
think.
obviously it came
Mm,
across my feed
mm,
somewhere along the line,
somewhere in life.
but do you actually remember?
I think because of like the weeb age I am. I think I don't even know if I was like if I was there when Caramel Dancing thing, or was I was like when it was like in its second wake. Because a lot of these things like the Nico Doja stuff and Caramel Dancing, and even like the Toho stuff. I think it got popular on Nico yeah, Nico,
Niku
and
Niku
then it got
Doga, I think you.
Doga, yeah. And then it got popular later and on YouTube. Like it had like multiple revivals. So I can't say I was like there in the depths of when it first occurred. But I was an early adopter of YouTube. I think I've seen YouTube in almost all of its forms, and it's where I spent a lot of my growing up years. Like cringily being like, oh my god, I remember watching episodes of Ray William Johnson, and why did I think this was funny? What the fuck was going on with my childhood brain? Like it was actually being rotted. um,
And in some ways, I feel like you probably still got the less rotting stuff because I was on YouTube pretty early, but even
mm,
earlier than that, I was on places like Newgrounds, Flash
yeah,
Player, watching like
yeah,
the Flash animation
yeah,
era.
yeah.
That was a lot of the formative internet comedy
Hmm.
experience for me, and I've definitely certainly been aware of and watched YouTube through just about all of its iterations as well.
Mm.
It wasn't necessarily my go-to place to look for content, but I frequented it quite a bit, and it was usually more when I was looking for something in specific that it was not so much until later on that I looked to it for suggestions.
Oh no, I was always on it. I remember. I think since I can't remember the last time where I haven't checked YouTube daily, and that's actually something crazy because I've not thought about that. I'm not. I've never considered that. Fuck. I think since as long as I can remember first watching YouTube, um, I think I've been checking and watching dumb shit on that platform since then because there's so much there. There's so much there for whatever you feel. Like you can be like, oh, today I want to watch a cooking video, or today I want to watch a really calming like music playlist that someone's put together, or today I want to watch some like 5 hour critique of a video game I never played. And I think in relation to like you asked about Caramel Dancing, I think it would have been just really young on YouTube. Don't know how, maybe it was suggested. I don't even know it came into my feed and thinking like, wow, this is the coolest music. I love anime. Being like, I love anime. You know? And it was kind of around the same time where you'd watch like 5-part versions of Lucky Star on
Oh
YouTube. And that's probably what it
yes,
was. I was
yes.
watching like 5 parts of Lucky Star, and then it was in the recommended. And same thing with, Bad Apple. Like, what the fuck? I love Japan now. Yeah, that's what happened to my childhood brain. Because I was also then I was like, oh, how do you watch Japan animation in Australia? And I was, a really really small country town. To me, and it's just really weird to think. And obviously now, like as you grow up maturely, like that was so cringe to think Japan was the best thing in the world. But if you're a young kid in Australia, Australia is really, people don't understand how in the middle of nowhere it really feels sometimes. And I was in the middle of nowhere in Australia. Like the only things around me was red dirt and genuinely kangaroos. As a kid, seeing anime, it felt like something like completely made up, like a fantasy world, because you couldn't really place it in context. And so I remember being like, I have to watch more of this, and watching early Crunchyroll. Sitting through all the ads because I couldn't afford to get a subscription and didn't have the confidence to ask my mum. So just sitting through like 5 mid-roll ads for Makona
Mm-hmm.
coffee, not
Yep.
realizing I was
Yep.
probably like being slowly hypnotized into I'm getting a link like an early coffee addiction at like the age of 11 or whatever the hell. Uh, I'm watching. I remember watching this like military anime with mechs, and oh god, and the more I think about it, the more it's really changed who I am now as a person. And then just drawing anime, getting the whole how to draw manga
Did
book.
you have the How to Draw anime
I
book?
didn't have it. I believe a family member had it, and I think I borrowed it from them for a little bit. But I don't know if I got to keep it or if it went back to them eventually. I remember I have held in my hands the How to Draw Anime book.
I did
I
own the How
definitely,
to Draw
I
anime
definitely
book.
had it at one point. I don't think it was mine. I think we borrowed it from a cousin or a family friend or something. But yeah.
I I like to think that I am good at a fair number of things. Drawing
Mm,
has never been one of them. I bought that book and,
mm.
tried sketching, and I very quickly was just like, no, this is not for me. And it's been funny, there are videos now on YouTube about why that book is inherently counterproductive and not good for anyone who
I've
wants to
been
learn
meaning
how
to
to
watch
draw
those
anime or manga.
essays.
It's
Yeah.
I'll look
Mm,
it up for you after the show because
mm,
if memory
mm,
serves,
mm.
that video actually isn't too long. It's like maybe 20 minutes. That
Nice,
it's
nice.
not
I
even
think I've
like
seen it
a whole tirade
recommended.
against it. And to be fair, the video doesn't even take aim at the author. It's
Mm,
at the concept. And I do
mm.
find it funny that there is this author out there that probably made bank on this book with genuinely good intentions. And
Yeah.
even if the concepts taught in the book are not actually good ones, it probably still got a lot of folks on the path to then seek out
Yeah,
better materials. So
it's
I
true.
do see the existence of the How to Draw anime book as a net positive. Just unequivocally, if you were getting
Yeah.
folks interested in drawing, even if you're not necessarily teaching them the good methods to do so,
Mm.
that usually what's going to happen is even if you accidentally instill bad habits, that you will, if they are going to be interested and you got them interested, and that they are then interested enough to break those bad habits, you've still done good.
Well, the thing is, I do agree with that in some extension because when it comes to growing up and being a baby weeb, and then I'm a reform weeb. I'm a born again weeb. I've talked about this before in stream. We can get into it later, but I'm a born again weeb. I was such a weeb when I was really quite young. And then I got to like that the same time period where I went like early mech high school, and I realized, oh, there's other media, and I started listening to like music and freaking like indie rock and watching cool 80s movies, and I was like, I don't need anime anymore. I'm too cool for this. Please don't bully me. Ha ha ha. I'm like an artist now. Oh cool. And I just stopped watching anime for quite a few years. And then COVID happened, and I felt depressed because everyone did because it was COVID.
Oh
And
yeah.
I started watching anime again because I was like I was alone basically in the place where I was, which had one of the longest lockdowns in the entire world. I couldn't do anything, and so I just started watching like Yuri Yuri again because I needed to feel joy. And then that's when the VTubing thing happened, and I was like, this is what I need. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. I was going to keep talking about the art thing because you're talking about installing bad habits, and it reminded me that when I was really young and starting to draw, and that's all I really did was draw, and then started drawing anime, and I have been meaning for quite a while to have all my art from when I was younger. That's one thing I really hoard is my art. I have all my old anime art. I've been meaning to kind of like cull it, go through it, find the ones that's like safe, and it doesn't have like my weird poetry from, like when I was really young or whatever, and show it on stream.
Oh my
Because
gosh, let me know when that happens.
yeah,
Like
I
I
really want to
love
do
like as someone who is not an artist themselves and just, respects the hell out of anyone that can draw a
that.
circle cleanly, that I love seeing people's progress over time. That even if it's like
Oh,
cringy art, that it's,
oh yeah,
everybody starts somewhere.
oh
And that
yeah,
it's gonna be, I think, super fun. That
yeah.
so
Me
I look
making
forward to when you're able
Treasure
to,
Planet
select
OCs.
the ones like you said that are safe, that are not gonna,
Yeah,
have anything too personal.
personal, but yeah,
But that sounds
just
like a really fun stream.
I started off terrible, like anybody would when you're very young, and then also drawing, and then also starting to draw really just the most terrible sketches. But I was one of those people that would go into like, and I never really went onto DeviantArt. What I did instead was I would like go to Google Images and Google like anime base, not realizing that they were all from DeviantArt, because my brain's always been like this, where I kind of know how to use the internet, but I'm not confident enough to properly learn how to use the internet. like I'll do just as enough that I need to not like go on to deep. I would like find the bases on image search, but I've never properly gone on DeviantArt, which I still find funny to this day. And I feel like that's the reason why I'm not a fairy, because I never actually went on to DeviantArt. I just went to
You
Google Images.
inadvertently avoided it.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
inadvertently avoided the furry infection.
Yeah. And so I'd go to images, find anime bases, and then I would trace them. I'd put the printer paper against the screen. I would like tape it on there, and I'd
Oh
trace
gosh,
anime
and
base.
yeah, and then have to draw on,
And then draw
you know,
on top
at
of
the
it
90-degree
the
angle.
Yeah, exactly. I did a lot of dumb like tracing as a kid, directly copying artwork that I liked and like coloring it. Never like was like, This is my own OC, do not copy."
That's how you learn. That's how
That's
you
how you learn.
learn.
Absolutely. I fundamentally think it's completely okay if you're beginning to copy the art that you like. Don't go around being like, I invented this. Like, that's just shit. But
Yeah, it's probably not,
but
not
you're
necessarily
only
stuff
going
to
to
post, but
yeah,
hell,
but you're only
that's
going to learn through practicing. And if it's easy for you to copy it, it's giving you a better fundamentals of why you like this artist or what they're doing. And if it's making it fun for you, then do it. Because I had so much fun, drawing those anime body bases and then making my own original characters and putting them onto the designs and learning about dynamic posing I probably still have all those photos somewhere in the facility, which I'll embarrassingly show on stream one day. Yeah. So yeah, that's to ask about to continue with the art thing. I completely agree. You should totally be able to feel unguilty about making embarrassing art or tracing, just to start off with.
yeah. That, like I said, I can't remember when I saw Caramel Dancin'. I largely point to Pokemon as my entryway into anime and such. And with that actually comes my own sort of interesting story of media and how I got introduced to things and parents not wanting me to watch certain things. My parents were not super controlling, save for one thing. They didn't want me watching stuff that was violent, really. That was the stuff that they cared about. That's where they really usually drew the line, at least when I was younger. That, by the time I was 13 or so, it was whatever, fair game. But they were pretty adamant, like I was not allowed to play shooter games. Like no first-person shooters, no third-person shooters, even in arcades when I was younger. And I got into Star Wars and stuff, and around the time that Pokemon hit the United States, a couple of my friends in school were getting into Pokemon, and they were like, we're not sure, because it sounds like, this thing is about these monsters that are battling and like you using powers and stuff, and it sounds like it's violent. That they had there was none of the, oh, it sounds demonic. They didn't care about any of that. It was just,
Okay, because wasn't there like that thing in America where like people
no,
thought that Pokemon were demons and they were corrupting the
nothing of
children?
that. They could not care less about that. It was really just, this sounds like, monsters fighting, and that sounds violent. And, our 7-8-year-old son don't know if we definitely want him watching that. And the line that I used, which I, to this day, am so proud of, was I said, "You let me watch Star Wars and they have guns." And my parents paused for a moment. And they have told me later in life, they were like, that was one of the moments when we knew that we had raised a smart kid, because he was able to, turn things around on us and give us a very succinct and compelling argument. So the bargain was, all right, you can watch one episode of Pokemon Week on Friday afternoons, and your mother is going to watch the episodes with you for a month, and then we'll decide. And after 2 Fridays of watching Pokemon with me, they're like, okay, yeah, this is fine.
This is
This
fine.
isn't
You can
violent.
just
This
enjoy
is
it.
violent. That as soon as
Yeah.
they sat down and watched with me and they saw, I was like, yeah, this is just a cartoon. It's whatever.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess like I was saying how like I never really got to watch this stuff because I just didn't think about it, and of course, being rural as well. Like I guess you're influenced a lot by I guess peers and other kids and what they're doing. But I've always had a weird like contrarian part of my brain where I think even if kids were like, "Yo, Pokemon's cool," I would have been like, "That's cool, dude. I'm gonna keep watching my weird, Yuri, military mecha anime on Crunchyroll and sit through the like the 8,000 advertisements." But with video games, I think that's where I kind of can relate to you in that regards of being more strict about violence or being more strict about contents or thinking video games are bad or
Well, my parents
thinking that
didn't have a problem with
unproductive.
video games as a whole. That I was able to play stuff like Mario. I was able to
Mm,
play, basically any Nintendo game was generally fine. They didn't
mm,
want me playing something like Halo or Call of Duty. That it was very
mm,
the line for them was very clearly drawn at guns.
mm. Yeah, that makes sense. I think because yeah, like I said, I moved around a lot, and there were like different places I was all the time, and there were some places where like just things weren't going on, other places where they were like way more strict about stuff, and that was like no, like Harry Potter is the devil, and like
Oh no,
all these games, no, not allowed those things. Uh, um, but I did end up getting like a DS when I was younger, but I had to work. I did a similar thing, where I had to work my way around the games I wanted to play by justifying they were good. So I got to play like Nintendogs. I got to play because you get to look after a pet. It's productive. I got to
hmm
play Cooking Mama because you get to cook. And the Professor Layton series. I got to
Oh,
convince
I
them.
adore the Professor Layton series. Jets.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
could talk
yeah.
in depth about that later.
Yeah, I've been meaning to do a playthrough of the entire Professor Layton series one day on stream in the future because it is like one of the only games I got to play as a kid, and it is truly beloved to me. I am incredibly like sentimentally, emotionally attached to the Layton series, and I can do a horribly good Luke impersonation, Professor.
A true
um,
gentleman, Luke.
yes, Luke. So
We're
hyped for the
getting a
game.
new
Yeah, me
one.
too.
We're getting a
Ah,
new one.
I'm actually
We,
losing my shit.
we had that Nintendo Direct a couple months ago,
Oh, I'm
and
so excited.
people point to it as saying like it was one of the best Nintendo Directs ever because yes, it had the big trailer for Tears of the Kingdom, which less than a month
Mm,
away as of time of broadcast, which I am very hyped for. But it also just
yes.
had a whole bunch of cult classic games that it felt like there was something for everybody, and there were very few
Yeah.
games that were expected. But
Mm.
like the Layton trailer was the shortest one they had during the entire thing. It was only 20 seconds. It was a teaser announcement trailer. We have no date, no information, but it's been a decade since we
I
had had a
know.
mainline Layton game that
I
I remember
know.
like I sat up in my chair and started to tear up when I
I was
recognized it. It was just it,
I was in
I
the airport.
did not expect to get as emotional as I did with that announcement.
Yeah, crowd pleaser type beat. Absolutely. I was in the airport. I was watching the direct on my phone because I was going to go travel to catch up with a few different VTubers, and I and I was like, oh my god, I can't freak out at the airport. This is Leighton. What the fuck? um, but I'm very very excited. I think I would love to play a bunch of the series is leading up to the release of the new game, and yeah, I even got a capture card and everything, so I can now play it on the Switch. I'm very excited. And so yeah, Leighton's incredible. Leighton was I was allowed to play because it had puzzles. It was good for you. We
hmm
worked the brain, and I really love puzzle games. I need to find more games that are puzzle games to play on stream because I do find, despite my brain being rotted as it is, something about puzzles I scratch an itch where unless it's like mathematics puzzles, I can just like work it out. My brain's like, oh, I get it. This is cool. I'm having fun. This is
hmm
exciting. There's something I really enjoy about like kind
And
of puzzle games.
and that
Mm.
what makes Layton so good in my opinion is the puzzles are very 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 good and that they are
Mm.
diverse. They do everything
Yes.
from your mathematics ones to your spatial reason ones, but also just
Yeah.
the story is so much better than it has any right to be.
Mhm,
That,
mhm,
that
mhm, mhm.
you come for the puzzles, you stay for the story, and that is
Yes,
what, at least for me, really sticks out for the Layton games and why I think they are so beloved. Because
and the music.
if they were good puzzle games, they would be moderately popular, but they
Mm,
created just such a good set of core characters that if you think about it, apart from Layton and Luke, really, that apart from those two, everybody else is one-dimensional. That, you
Mm.
have your cast that comes in for every game, and they have their little gimmicks. And I suppose the inspectors that
Yeah, the inspector with the
Chelney and
mustache.
why am I
Yeah.
forgetting the name of the other one in the prequels? But that apart from the core cast, that it's not a very developed set of characters with those few exceptions, but the story that they can weave with those characters in those worlds, and just you're usually crying at the end of a game.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Especially on Wound Future.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of like yeah. I remember.
Grotsky, thank you.
Uh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, staying up very very late under the covers with the DS when I should definitely not have been like grinding through Leighton. And I have a addictive brain, so I'm the kind of person where if I would get a Leighton game, I would kind of finish it in just like as little days as I possibly could, because I've been like that for a very long. I think it comes down to as well like yeah, not getting a lot of media and stuff when I was younger, and then now that I have it, I'm like, oh, I must watch it as quick as possible because it's the first time I've had the chance to enjoy this, and that's a yeah. So yeah, Leighton, but and those are really the only video games I could play because other video games either were bad for you or I think also by extension of like not playing, like not watching the movies and music and stuff. I feel like there was this like stigma when I was growing up, and I think I hope it's worn off a lot more nowadays. I think it was just starting to wear off when I was younger, but it still was there. And specifically, if you had like a generation of like parents or like people look after you who didn't ever grow up with video games and know video games, that like okay, video games are a thing, but they're definitely for guys, right? That's that
Oh no.
and I was often pushed away from enjoying things that were more targeted at dudes in general, and I think video games really fell into that category of I would maybe go over to maybe friends' houses or cousins or family people's houses, and they'd have guys there and they'd have these cool video game systems, and I'm like, what the hell? And they'd be playing these cool games like Call of Duty with each other, and all the guys would be sitting around and they'd be playing the games. I'm like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Why don't I have those things where I am, or why none of the girls want to do that kind of thing? I just never could wrap my head around it. It was one of those things that just I didn't get why I wasn't allowed to play them, or why it was a thing that I wasn't meant to enjoy, or why it was a thing that the guys were doing. I just always thought it was silly and always wanted to be involved. But even when I would like sit there by the sidelines while maybe like male cousins or whatever were playing the game, I wasn't ever handed the controller because I wouldn't understand what was going on. I'm allowed to
Oh,
watch it, but
boo.
like it wasn't. I wouldn't be able to like play properly. And I don't think like anyone growing up or any of the guys or anyone was like trying to be malicious. I don't think there's ever been like an intentional malicious act to make it
That it's almost
yeah.
misguided consideration of, "Oh, I don't think you'd be interested in this, so I don't
Exactly.
wanna bother you with it."
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's always been, oh, you probably wouldn't like this. Not realizing that, oh God, I would fucking love this. I just like I've always, and then I think, when I was younger, being maybe a little bit nervous as a person, and still am a little bit. Um, and very shy, and I wouldn't want to like push or put pressure on
Mm.
people to get me that kind of thing or butt into a situation. I'd be like, oh, let me have the controller. I'd be like sit there politely and watch on, because I was like, well, maybe I am not meant to do that thing, maybe it isn't for me. And now that I'm older, I'm like, fuck yeah, let's play all the Doom series because goddamn, this is the only thing my brain wants.
Meanwhile, my parents, when I would go to friends' houses, they
Mm,
didn't mind, if I saw games with guns or played games with guns at a
mm,
friend's house. Their thing was, we don't want you owning it and playing it day in, day out at the
mm,
house. And, if it's at a friend's house and their parents are okay with it, sure, whatever.
mm,
They were not that lock and key restrictive about it.
mm,
But the thing is, since I didn't play shooter games at my house, it meant that I was very bad at those games, and I knew I was bad at those games. So, like,
mm.
I wasn't gonna go on Xbox Live and play Halo with my friends because I was like, I'm gonna drag you down. I'm
Yeah,
an easy kill, but I'll watch you play
yeah,
because I like seeing someone who's good at
yeah.
it play the game, and we'll still be chatting and hanging out. That it's not just like,
Mm,
oh, I'm sitting in the background being quiet. That we're still having a good time and hanging out. But because of that, to this day, I am still garbage at shooter games. I barely
well,
play them to this day
mm,
because I sort of feel like there's such a steep learning curve nowadays because
Yep.
there are so
Yeah.
many people that grew up with them. And, it's one of those things that I sort of shrug and say, I guess I sort of missed that boat. It's whatever. But also, I've found so many other games that I do enjoy anyways that I don't care. And I'm like, if I'm at a friend's place that I'm at least now confident enough that, okay, I'll play a bit and they know damn well I am going to drag them down, but I'm at least okay dragging them down if they're okay
Yeah.
with it.
Well, I can relate to you in that regard too, and yeah, and this is I think this is like where it extends to like it's not just me being a girl or whatever, but because I didn't get the opportunity to play games when I was younger, and God, I fucking wish I did. There's so many times I'm on stream, I'm like, fuck, I wish I learned how to play this when I was a kid because you just don't have that like that mental like brain mapping where you look at a thing and go video game mechanic, that thing's highlighted, I should click on it. My brain goes, oh, it's highlighted, cool. Like there's certain languages that have been implemented into the history of video gaming and ways you should understand. Like the other day, for the first time ever, I realized I had to change my fucking mouse calibrations for shooters. Why did I not know that? Because I've never played a shooter like that before in my life, and I feel like I'm so sad with myself that I didn't get the chance to it's like this the feminine desire to be good at video games, to prove yourself, to prove that it's like you don't just suck shit. It's that, and I think I've always had that since I was younger. Is this desire to be like, no, I can get good, I can stand my own.
You have been
Um,
getting good at them though, and like even myself, I acknowledge that if I
mm,
were to put in the time, I could probably get good at shooters. That's
mm.
fine, but at the same time, there are so many other things I'd rather spend the time getting good at. But you've been really into, surprise, surprise, the Gundam games lately, and having a modest amount of success with them too.
I've been trying my best. I feel like Gundam and Mecha as an extension. Didn't ever really think about this when I was like, being myself and being like a mech pilot and something that I really loved. And I was like, yeah, I like robots a fuck ton. I can talk about robots heaps. Didn't really realize getting into that a lot of people would be like, no, you need to know robots all. You need to know robots every. You like robots name every robot. And that's like I'm being hyperbolic. That's not necessarily true. But there are game series which I've been playing, like Armored Core, which I really love, but I also love to hate, which really activates that part of my brain. It's like, I need to get good at this. I need
I
to
know
prove
a
that I'm good at
good
this
number of people
because
that were
because
super hyped about Armored Core when the new one got
mm,
announced.
mm.
What sets Armored Core apart from other games of that type?
Other games of that type. I mean, like I've only played still a handful of mecha games, and I feel like Armored Core still feels like its own mecha game. A lot it feels like it's a FromSoft mecha game, so it feels like FromSoft. It's difficult. It's screwing you over. It's most of it spent in like the stats page, which I think if you've played any Dark Souls, and I really haven't any Soulsborne games, I know it's a lot of it's got to do with setting up and building your character, building your class, and then fighting these stupid difficult enemies, or in Armored Core's case, sometimes these stupidly difficult missions. And you need to understand the game to enjoy it. I think that's also true when it comes to like the Soulsborne games. I think it's harder to enjoy those games if you don't understand those games. I'm going to need some people in chat to correct me if I'm wrong here. That those games are more enjoyable if you know what's going on. I think that's what Armored Core is saying compared to other mecha games like Zone of Enders, which is by Konami. That's a game which you could just jump into and they teach you what you need to do and you can enjoy it, and you don't have to really understand like Zone of Enders to be a Zone of Enders fan. You can just enjoy the game. And a lot of other games I've played which have mecha involved with them are similar to that. Whereas Armored Core, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit more there's a little bit more of like needing to prove yourself or needing to actually understand what's going on. I've seen very few people say that the second playthrough of Souls games are a must because how self-satisfying it is to overcome the game's challenges after it's kicked your ass. Dark Souls does have a great learning curve to it, but even the original game is forgiving enough that you can just turtle up and Zweihander everything. But that's the thing, like you need to know that you have to use the Zweihander. Like there's like, and then it comes down to like stats building and stuff.
I still
when it comes
have
to those games.
it is one of the last things that I need to do
Mm,
for the rewards for my second anniversary charity marathon
mm,
is do a Elden Ring stream. I
mm.
meant to do it like even as far as a month or two ago, and I've just been really
Mm.
busy on weekends lately.
Yeah,
So
it's a long game.
if anybody is here and actually remembers the second anniversary charity marathon, yes, I do remember that I owe people that, and it's going to happen. I just need to make sure that I actually have the time for it. But
Yeah.
it'll happen soon, and I look forward to absolutely having my ass handed to me because I have played all of 2 hours of Dark Souls 1 at a friend's house when it
Oh
had like just
my.
come out, and just that type of game in general never really appealed to me. That
Mm,
this was by the time I was already in college or like had just
mm,
graduated. I forget exactly when, but it that was not one that I avoided or missed because of parental units. It just wasn't to my taste the first time I played it. It was like I understand why some people really like the
mm.
iterative process of just going up against a boss and trying and failing and trying and failing, and that catharsis you get of beating a boss, and I can totally respect that.
Mm.
It's
Oh
just not
yeah.
my cup of tea.
Well, the thing is, I like that a lot. Oh, oh fuck, what's it called? Oh, it's like Hitman, but it's not Hitman. It's with the 80s inspiration to it, and it's really quick moving. And oh, chat, what's the game? I was raging at it, and it's like really fast moving, and it's like 80s, like it's not voxel, it's like 8-bit top down. The Hotline Miami. Thank you, Finnaboying. Hotline Miami. I played Hotline Miami. And Hotline Miami is like that, where you just go again and again and again and again and again to get it perfect, and it refreshes so quickly, and it's so brutal. But oh god, I actually, thinking back to that game, I loved it. I had so much fun with that. There's something about repeating actions again and again until you get it perfectly that's really satisfying, and that's why I think I would be appealed to knuckle down and really enjoy some like Soulsborne's games. And the music's incredible. It really gets you in a flow state with Hotline Miami. But with
Mm.
Armored Core, what's different about it, and what always what gets me, is it's mission based. And unless you want to save scum, if you fail a mission, you move on to the next mission. And that's like that happens consistently.
Oh.
You're being dropped in a place where you don't know what's going on or what your enemies are or what the map looks like, and you have to fight them. You don't know really what kind of build you need or if your build is optimized for it. And if you fail, you also go into debt, which affects your build later in the game. So it's really messes with your brain economically and
Oh, yeah,
strategically.
but also
Yeah.
I have to assume that starts to snowball, that if you
Oh yeah.
fail, that it becomes more difficult, and
Yeah.
that if you win, it becomes easier. So it's one
Yes.
of those things that it does sort of incentivize replayability there, that
Yes.
at some point, you know, as you get good at the game, that
Yeah.
you're going to end up winning missions, or that you're going to have to, like you were saying, save scum or just restart in
Yeah.
order to actually win those early missions to make it so you don't get completely buried. But
Yes. And
that's
they
a
use
very
some.
deliberate design choice, because it
Yep.
means that the developers are anticipating that most people's first playthroughs of the games are going to
Mhm.
end in failure.
Yes, yes, yes. That is Armored Core. You just said it. Yes, because even the first game, I think it's the first and second have it. They have this thing called Human Plus, where if you die enough and go into enough debt, you get a certain upgrade and you get sent back to the start. Like the game goes, oh, you've failed so much. Here's a little handicap. Go back and try again. And I think a lot of these games were like Armored Core and the early Armored Core series were designed to appeal to, I guess, like salarymen who had off days, who wanted to pilot and work on it and grind on it for a couple hours, and then
Mm.
come back after work and do it again and again and again. And there's like frequent gaps between the series, and a lot of them just kind of change and adjust a little bit of the balancing, or add a few different things in. And there's a lot of numbers, a lot of charts. They give you a lot of charts to look at, and it is a series where I feel like for me to get good at it, I need to just play it and nothing else, and embrace the fact that I'm going to be failing a lot to force myself to get better. And I slowly have been, but it is very ruthless of a series because it is designed to screw you over those first times. That it can be discouraging. You really have to push past the discouragement that Armored Core wants to
Still, I do
put you through.
suppose that in a lot of ways, that is game design in general.
Mm.
Just
Oh
even think
yeah.
about, Super Mario Brothers. you're not going to win the first time that you play through that game, that you're going to die until you know the map backwards and forwards.
Yeah. But in Armored Core, if you get the floor wiped with you, but still make it, you just get a really nasty repair and ammo bill. Yes, exactly. Which then screws you up later. You can't even enjoy one of the funnest parts of Armored Core, which is the garage, where you get to customize your mech. And I know some of the Armored Core games, of course, there's a couple of the ones in the series which do kind of people don't like. I think it's like 2. Where there are only certain builds you have to have if you want to complete levels, and I will admit I'm one of those people that does dislike that kind of specific mechanic, because if you're going to provide the audience or the player base with all of these options of how to design your mech, why
don't give
on
the
earth
illusion of choice.
Don't give the illusion, of course, why on earth would you then make it that you'd only beat this game if you have a certain build, and that's a specific kind of meta? I think that's really was really infuriating, and I didn't even get that far through 2. I've just been watching tons and tons of Armored Core reviews and playthroughs offline to try and get better at it. But yeah, so that series has been brutal, and also what has been brutal is trying to find copies of 4 and 4 Answer, because scalpers have them at like $300 on eBay. Yeah. But it's one of those things that when I play this game, it does activate that part of my brain that is like, damn it, I wish I played more games when I was younger, because I would at least be having a step up on this already challenging franchise. Yeah, but it has been interesting. It's definitely been a lot. And also, I think by extension, we were talking about statistic, girls not being able to play video games when they were younger. I think Armored Core has a very passionate fan base that it really expects you to be good at the series, even if you're a beginner. I think Dark Souls fans are a little bit more forgiving, because I think more people have entered into the community.
I can't remember the last time I heard the words Dark Souls and forgiving in the same sentence without the word not in between.
Well, okay. Well, I'll say then, I think if you think the Dark Souls fans are unforgiving, I think there's an even nicher, more passionate community for Armored Core. So take that as what you will. Though I will say that I've had some incredible people drop by the streams who are passionate Armored Core fans that have been so fun and so cool and so helpful.
Yeah, that's super clear. That
the
Armored Core
really
fandom
rewarding.
is very passionate, and like I was saying, that I remember I saw people just over the moon freaking out when the new one was announced. That I know like Zentrea is a noted Armored Core fan. I remember seeing just like her go wild, and I have a couple other friends that were, this wasn't even a series that was really on my radar. Like I heard the name maybe in passing, but seeing all the fans come out of the woodwork with the announcement was actually very exciting.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, we had like a #1 Armored Core speedrunner come by, and they were incredibly kind. We've had a bunch of older chaps, some charming boomers in chat. They're like, yeah, I remember playing this as a kid, and they've been really lovely, really fucking cool dudes. It's just like you do have to push through the fact that there are some people that are gonna be a bit intense about the series, but I think it's worth it. It kind of wakes up my brain. It's like, no, I will give this series all I can, and I'm so freaking excited for Rubicon, so nothing can stop me from learning about this franchise. But in Dark Souls, if you beat the boss, you still get the souls. If you spend your souls prior, there's no real penalty for dying. Oh yeah, whereas in Armored Core, if you lose, you fucking just it obliterates your bank. You go into like negative bank. Oh god.
Now, was Armored Core your first mecha game, or was that one that you found later?
No, that's what I found later. I think my first one I played on stream, at least, probably was Zone of Enders Second Runner, Anubis, which is a Konami game, and I think it's produced by Kojima but not directed by Kojima. I believe the first runner is directed by Kojima, and that was really, really fun, and I really love the designs because it's by the artist, I always forget the name, who did a lot of the designs for Metal Gear as well, and they just are so good with the way they design robots and any kind of like exoskeleton. I really love it. That might have been the first one I played on stream, but I think in relation to most Metal Gear games, I've got a lot to get through because I never got to really play cool robot games when I was younger.
Yeah, it's one that I sort of missed out on just by proxy of them usually having guns.
Yes,
Honestly, that if I were to ever get into a game like that, I think I would want to get into one of the Gundam or Armored Core games more than
Yeah.
something like Dark Souls or Call of Duty or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, no, I've played Battle Operations, which is kind of a little bit like Gundam Evo, but has a little bit more soul and love to it. But that's currently only was in temporary access for PC. That's been really fun. I have so many on a list of games to play, but I also find myself jumping, not because I don't just love robots, big robots. I do love big robots. Oh my god, I love them. But I don't just. I also like all forms of sci-fi. So I find myself also wanting to take time to play other kinds of retro sci-fi games. Like I've played a bunch of old weird Star Trek games. I played the old Blade Runner game, some weird point and click adventure games, and it's hard because obviously I want to be the cool, like I want to be the mech pilot streamer that plays the mecha games, but I also in my soul am the sci-fi person that just wants to play cool sci-fi games, and it's about not having enough days in the week to get to
Yeah,
everything sometimes.
we live in an embarrassment of riches era as just in media as a whole, but
Mm,
especially for gamers and anime that, growing up, anime was what was, at least in the United States, it was whatever was on Toonami and whatever you could
mm,
find at your local Blockbuster. And I'm assuming that there
yeah,
was, I don't know if in Australia the network was called Toonami or, but I'm
we
assuming that
didn't
there was like
have.
one network where you could see anime or something
Okay,
like that.
we had one. It wasn't even a network dedicated to anime. We had either SBS, which would play late night, would play like weird hentai, uh, or like maybe play Evangelion or Ghost in the Shell or something like that. Some like weird like artistic anime, and you're never allowed to watch SBS late night, otherwise you get in trouble. Um, or we had ABC 3. I think when I was growing up, ABC 3, which only played for the last 2 hours of the broadcast before the broadcast went offline, because we've got like public free to air TV. Before the broadcast went offline, they'd play maybe 2 animes, and it's the last thing, and you have to get really late to watch it. And I'm pretty sure there was like Fruits Basket and Vampire Night. It was not good picking.
Oh
It
no.
was the worst variety. We
Oh,
did not get Naruto. We did not get Dragon Ball. We did not get like any of that stuff
and
that most
I
people
suppose
wanted to um watch. Hentai and cable, not even cable, free to air. And I think it wasn't like
that's even
hentai.
more surprising.
It would be SBS is like world media. Late night SBS is like spicy. It's like a, but it's not spicy as in like straight up. It's more erotica. It would have stuff that's like for adults, a weird European French movies that have like bizarre, scenes of erotica, but it's not actually a porno. It's more just like you know what I'm talking about, like.
No, to be frank, and I suppose
What you
that
don't you
that
don't like
that
you don't have like weird European
if there
erotica
were,
on
I was
public.
unaware
It's
of them.
autistic. it's
And
it's
I
not
suppose
great. Yeah.
we didn't have a full network for stuff like this. For me, it was on Cartoon Network. So that it just
Yes, yeah, yeah.
that they had their Toonami blocks and the Adult Swim blocks. So
Uh-huh.
this was not a full channel, not a full network.
Okay,
But
yeah.
basically, growing up, if you wanted to watch anime, it was whatever was on your afternoon Toonami block, and then whatever one or two things they threw on Adult Swim, that was the late night stuff. Not
Mm,
public broadcast, but it was basic cable would have this,
mm.
and that would be what you would get in those 10 p.m. and later late night stuff where they would have like the uh if Futurama, the very adult comedy
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
shows that they would also rotate in some anime that wouldn't quite be appropriate to show at like 4 to 7 p.m. in the afternoon. So that's where Cowboy Bebop famously ran those same
Yo, yeah.
26 episodes on Adult Swim just continuously for a decade. You would get
Mm,
things like Bleach would be there. Naruto started out on the Toonami block, but then moved to Adult Swim later on, things like that. But
mm.
that, growing up, you would have to either get what you could, those very limited choices on TV, and then, at the local video store where they would maybe have one or two VHSs of like 4 episodes of a show, and you had to hope that they had the one copy in stock. But now,
Yeah,
we have not only just the embarrassment of riches in how many shows are being produced, even in Japan,
yeah.
is
Yeah.
triple what it used to be in a season. But also the fact that we get it
Crazy.
now, like same day subtitled on, many, many different platforms, to the point where we're even having some same day dubs now, or
Yeah.
like dubs that are slow now. Ooh, sorry.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
take like a month or two, whereas it used to be, if you were lucky, the show you liked got dubbed within 6 months. Like a 6-month turnaround on a dub, that was fantastic. Usually you'd have to wait a year and a half maybe, and that was if you were lucky enough to have the show you liked dubbed at all.
I have such a specific memory. You should mention dubs. I have such a specific memory about dubs. This proves that I was such a bastard, Chad. I remember being sent to some kind of like summer camp. I think that's what they're called in like America. They're kind of like called summer camp, holiday camp, or whatever, where for like a few weeks or whatever, adults are like, no, just go hang out with the other people. I'm not taking care of you. It's for the school holidays. And you go to like a camp. And I remember going to a camp. I think it was some like. I don't want to say like Christian camp, but maybe it was a Christian camp. I don't know, like some kind of like one of those weird camps, camps that your parents send you. And I was there, and I was such a dweeb, such a freaking nerd. But I spent most of the camp hanging out with the dudes, with the lads. Sitting around with them on like the your dinner tables, whatever, because I was like, yeah, I read freaking Wolverine comics, what of it. I think all the dudes at this camp were also just like all dweebs with the boys, exactly. But I remember getting into conversation with them, and everyone was like, yeah, you watch anime? And I was like, yeah, I watch anime. And they're like, yeah, I've been watching, I can't remember what it was. It was like one of the animes that was super popular at the time. I don't know if it was like, I would, if you said the name, I'd be like, yeah, that's the one. It was like a super popular anime back in the day. Like,
Dragon Ball Z.
Maybe something like Dragon Ball. And I was like, I only watch subbed anime. And I was like chewing them all up. Maybe it was sort of online, but I remember being like, why the hell would you watch, I was like so young, why the hell would you watch dubbed anime? Why wouldn't you watch it with the Japanese voice actors?
I didn't even like
fucking nerds.
I didn't know, well, rather, I knew that, shows in Japan would initially be dubbed in Japanese and then dubbed in English. I didn't actually start watching subtitled shows until there was a show that I wanted to watch because a friend gave me the Death Note manga, and it hadn't been dubbed yet. So I was like, I want to see the show, that I was really enjoying the series, and it was like, there's a lot of dialogue here. It'd be really cool to see this actually play out. And just went on Google and was like, where can I watch this? And the only places I could find were subtitled. And so I suppose that ages me, that I watched Death Note while it was still airing in Japan and watched the subtitles back in the day. And I wasn't even aware of the sub versus dub debate paradigm, whatever you want to call it,
I wasn't
until
either.
like
I was just being a
high
jerk.
school.
I didn't realize it was a thing. I just thought they were wrong for doing it. I think like I was like, I'm the proto dub hater. There was no place on like the internet where like people were talking about that. I just remember being younger and being like, why the hell would you watch it like not with the original? I don't know why this was a thing that I independently evolved dub hating. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why this was a thing that I decided I was going to be passionate about. But I really was. I remember. I think I've always been that kind of person where maybe because of like being a girl and like feeling the need to hold my own, and I've grown out of it quite a bit because I realized it was maybe a little toxic. But when I was younger, I was incredibly sassy is maybe the right word. Sassy if I was around other dudes, to kind of prove that like,
it's almost a defense mechanism at that point.
Yeah, it's a little bit, maybe. Yeah, a little bit. I used to be very passionate about like, yeah, my opinion's right. Screw you, because I felt like that was the only way I could prove that I could hang with the other dudes. And nowadays I'm like, oh no, you can just like whatever you want. You can if you enjoy dub, maybe you work a lot and you can't read subtitles constantly. That's completely fair. That's really cool. Like nowadays I would never say that. Nowadays I think there's no reason to have that argument. Just enjoy what you like, and if you're not watching dubbed isn't hurting anybody, and
Yeah.
it has a whole
And
career of
I,
people
I think
who
a
have that
lot of
job,
it,
like, you know.
yeah, and I think a
Yeah.
lot of it is, rewind the clocks now
Mm,
20-ish years, that late
mm,
90s, early 2000s dubs were a toss-up of if they were good. That you have some
that's
gold
true.
standards, you have Cowboy Bebop, which will forevermore really be held up as, like just one of the best dubs of all time, that people say
Yeah,
actively watch the dub, not the sub on that one. But
yeah,
to be fair, there were a lot of dubs that were not very good at that point in
yeah.
time. And that the sort of habit and mental precedent that was set, in my opinion, is very understandable. And the problem was that it got held over a bit too much. And that
Mm,
meanwhile, the dubbing industry got much better. Voice acting got a lot better. And that
mm,
they had to sort of fight against the established mental precedent for the better part of a decade. Like the early 2000s up through, even I would say, like mid 2010s, that I think nowadays things have finally simmered out, and that folks acknowledge, okay, by and large, with
yeah.
very few exceptions, you can watch basically any dub nowadays and it's going to be serviceable at minimum.
I also feel like
But
sometimes
yeah.
it's contextual to the anime, like you're saying with Cowboy Bebop. I think there's a bunch of animes that have a really kind of more maybe like Western style, or like
Mm,
there's something about the world building that feels like, yeah, this would actually kind of flow nicely in a dub. I'm currently watching Big O, and I'm watching it subbed.
uh,
But I keep thinking while watching it that, oh, this could probably really flow nicely as a dubbed anime, because of course the stylizing of Big O is inspired by Western early Batman
mhm,
cartoons. It would make complete sense for you to be able to enjoy it with some really, really nice voice acting, just
yeah.
with a dub.
And
And so I
part of
think
it
that there's
comes to
animes
the,
where that makes sense.
yeah, and some of it comes to the delineation between um, translation and localization, of just
Mm,
not only have we gotten better in terms of, like, acting quality, production quality, script adaptation of, it, folks have realized, all right, it doesn't necessarily need to be a one-to-one translation of exactly
mm,
the grammatical structure of how Japanese flows is different from how English flows, and that
yeah.
in a lot of early dubs they would sound weird and stilted because the translators would not necessarily be super fluent in English or Japanese, or that vice versa, that if you had somebody on the Japan side translating to English, that they might not be super fluent in English. And so you could end
Mm,
up with these stilted scripts where it was literally just copy pasting the translation. And that meant that sentence structure would wind up weirder, that a word here and there would end up translated technically correct, but perhaps not sounding right, and that we're
mm,
just better at that localization aspect as well,
mm,
which makes them sound not only better in terms of, acting ability has improved drastically, but that the
mm.
stuff they're given to work with is better too.
It reminds me of something that I I always find funny and makes me really motivates me to be like, I need to fucking learn Japanese one day. Is when I watch like series is like Yuri Yuri slice of life anime. There's always really kind of smart, cheeky in jokes that characters will make that are specific to the Japanese language. Like they
Hmm.
will use the kanji in a way that like it's
Oh
suggesting
yeah,
something
the
else and what it isn't.
Japanese puns.
It's a
That,
pun. It's a
like,
pun, or it's a joke, or it's a play on the word, and obviously that just can't translate. They'll be like
hmm
cat. I'm like, what is the wait? What?
it,
Like, what are
it,
they?
it literally does
The
not
joke,
translate as a
the joke
pun
over
because
your
it's
head
different words.
completely. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And sometimes I'm like, I really need to. When I do finally like work hard to properly learn Japanese, I need to go back and watch those animes and be like, ah, I get the joke now.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
think that's one of the
I,
reasons that
mm.
I haven't seen all of the series, but I've seen enough of the Monogatari series to
Oh
know
yeah,
that
I've
we
heard
are
that about
unlikely to
Monogatari.
get a dub of that one, because so much of it is based in Japanese wordplay. And to the
Mm,
credit of the folks who did the subtitles, they convey it very well and
mm,
explain, and that they will sometimes localize even the rhymes of, all right, here's something approximate of what it is to get across what's going on. Um, but yeah, that there are a lot of examples like that where you can tell it was written, obviously intended for the Japanese audience, that
mm.
they, some writers are really good with just their wordplay, and that those are the types of things that are not going to translate as well.
And I do find like we're playing like I've been playing the Metal Gear series, and I always kind of forget to myself sometimes because Metal Gear does feel like it just, in my brain Metal Gear is like just Metal Gear. That's it's like English, it's Western or whatever. It's not. It's written by a Japanese director, and a lot of the things that are involved in the game are obviously from a experience and a narrative that is inherently Japanese. And I always sometimes forget that, yeah, a lot of this game was originally, the script was originally done in Japanese, and that extends to obviously the Kojima naming convention, as they call it. I remind myself that, wait a minute, the Kojima naming convention kind of goes beyond just that. It's very common in a lot of Japanese anime, media, literature to be very literal with naming, and I feel like it's some kind of maybe a cultural thing that I that's part of like a tradition that I just, that's there, or it's like an in joke or something.
Yeah,
But I
it's
always
just
find
one of
certain
those
characters, like it's like this
precedents.
character is pink, and so they're called Sakura, and like that's not, it's a precedent, It's the idea of obvious naming, which comes across as very forward in English of like, yeah, fox die or running man. A lot, I think they're a lot more elegant and charming in Japanese. I don't know, I can't speak the language, but one day I'm going to speak the language and be like, oh wow, that's actually way more deep. It just translates to running man in English and sounds really awkward.
Yeah,
like
just
mm, yeah,
but
I don't know
it's crazy how you start off with just whether it's animes or games that there's only a few that you can get here and there, and now that there's just so many things, and everybody has their list of games they want to play, anime they want to watch, and for
yeah,
every show or game that you cross off your list, 5 more are added, and that there's
absolutely.
just so much, and that like you were saying earlier, of the amount of things that you want to play or the amount of things that you want to watch, you're never going to completely clear out your list. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think that's why sometimes when it's playing games on stream, it's the the best thing for me to do is to just stick to my guns of uh like, don't overthink it. Like, if I want to play it, I should play it. Like, goddamn, if I want to play Chex Quest, I should just play Chex Quest. Because if I start thinking about it too much, I'm like, oh, should I be taking my time with Chex Quest, or should I be playing, I don't know, freaking Half-Life? Of course, I should be playing Half-Life. Everybody should probably be playing Half-Life. I've still not played it, but sometimes it's like, stick to my guns, because otherwise there's too many things. And I even wonder to myself sometimes, why the hell do I go for retro games when there's all these like contemporary brand new classics and legends that are way more, proficient examples of use of the media or whatever. Like, they're doing so much more with how far the media has come, and yet my brain's like, no, I should play this top-down pixel game or this early DOS shooter. I don't know. I think it just comes down to like a gut feeling of, I really want to play these games, and there's something about retro media that's appealing to me, and I don't even really know why. And I shouldn't think about it too much, because I should just let myself enjoy it,
Now, do you find that a lot of the retro media you enjoy is stuff that you saw when you were younger but didn't play? Or is this stuff that you might not have even been aware of and then found out about after the fact, but it's just there is something about either the aesthetics or mechanics
Mm.
of certain retro media that is just very appealing to you?
I think both. I think definitely both. I think there's some where I would have been aware of it growing up, and now kind of want to try it out because I heard about it when I was younger, and I'm sad I never got to really try it out. And then also in the same way, heard about it recently, and then yeah, the aesthetics and the mechanics of retro games, I couldn't even write an essay. I couldn't even write 2 sentences to properly explain why. Just really, I really like. I think it is hard to explain why you like it. I think you know what, I've always thought this to myself. I've always thought this about things in general. I think it's easier to explain why you don't like something than it is to explain why you do.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know
That
what I mean? Yeah, I could
that
go on
it,
for hours and hours about why I hate certain things about certain media. But if you ask me why I like this thing, I'm like, I don't know, man. It just fucking hits.
that I
It
can
just
very clearly explain my tastes and the difference of what it is that I do and don't enjoy in media, and what certain either tropes or mechanics are likely to be in something that I enjoy versus something that I will not enjoy. Can I break down psychologically why it is that I enjoy this
yeah.
particular thing? No, that's a much more nebulous and
Yeah,
just
because also I think when you
difficult
start explaining
concept.
why you like tropes, you get to Freudian.
Yeah, yeah,
You get to
and
Freudian.
that's why.
Like, why do I like all those sci-fi movies where the characters like this? Oh, wait a minute. And I think I'm like I don't know, and I think liking sci-fi isn't even so. I think in general people are just sometimes predisposed to certain genres. You know,
Yeah, or
there's
that
something about those
sometimes,
genres that really speaks to you.
or that it's a formative thing that
Yeah.
I have no doubt that the fact that I got into Star Wars when I was young gave me
Mm.
a taste for sci-fi, and the fact that Pokemon
Yeah.
was a very formative series for me uh, led to my liking anime. That
Mm.
it's it's not that people can't like things, but that when you find something that you like, very naturally, you're going to
Yeah.
seek out things that are similar to what you
Similar
like.
to
That
it.
is logical.
Yeah.
That's just like
Yeah.
that is not even human nature. That is nature itself of, like
Yeah.
all the way down to animals. If they realize, okay, this thing good, I ate this thing and it didn't kill me, I will seek out more like this. Or, I ate this thing and it made me sick, I'm going to avoid that. It's
Yeah.
it's very simple logic, and it extends to media of, oh, hey, I really enjoyed this thing. This
Mm.
has a lot of positive memories, whether it be because I watched it with family or friends, or whatever reason, but I did like this. So finding more things, and then you just end up going deeper and deeper into that rabbit hole, and lo and behold, you're now a sci-fi fan.
Yeah. And I think to not get like too wax too poetic about it, because at the end of the day it's like, oh my god, cool spaceship, cool robot, cool, I loved it, amazing, future tech, future tech. Because I've talked about this before on stream, um how like, oh, do you like fantasy? I was like, oh, I don't hate fantasy, like elves and stuff are cool, but I'm just gonna always choose the sci-fi over fantasy because it just makes me happier. And I'm not here hating on, be like, oh, fantasy cringe and lame. It's not. I think it's cool. I've seen a lot of stuff which are fantasy inclined, and I go, oh, that's really well done. But my brain will always go to sci-fi because just in general, something about it I really love. But it's also in a more maybe waxing poetic, deeper way. There's something, and I think this can be done in most stories, but the way it's done in sci-fi, I really enjoy about the I don't I, the like the and something with the alien narrative, something about the going off exploring narrative, finding out something that might be there. Like I think that's the difference between fantasy and sci-fi for me. With fantasy, it's entirely made up. Sci-fi implies science fiction. It's implied fiction. You know that unless maybe there's aliens that look exactly like orcs, they're most likely a conjuring of some really creative author. But there's something about sci-fi which jogs the brain in that there's so much sci-fi that has predicted the future. There's so much sci-fi that has then become the future because people were inspired by sci-fi. There's so many narratives that make you wonder, oh, like that could occur. It has this rigidity to it. I like grimy sci-fi. I like dirty, alternative futures where there's dirt and dust and rust because it feels lived in and authentic, but it still has that element of fantasy. You're still you're still bringing your own fun to it that I like. And there's a lot of narratives in that which come down to identity and finding yourself and feeling comfortable in yourself. All those ideas of like the AI, the android, the replicant, which have always been, even when I was very, 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 very young, appealing to me. Maybe as a socially awkward kid, that's me getting waxing poetic. But
Yeah,
like
well,
maybe as a
it
socially
makes
awkward
sense.
kid
It,
who felt like a little bit neurodivergent and weird, you see characters like Data, and you're like, he's neurodivergent and weird, just like me, for real, for real.
yeah, be 444 in the chat, that it can be speculative, that while
Yeah,
fantasy is very much accepted, all right, this is not realistic, and that is the
yeah,
appeal of it, that we are
yeah,
inherently going to break the laws of
yes.
reality and physics as we know them, whereas sci-fi, that
Mm,
you mentioned very nicely, that it is fiction of science, but the fact that there is the building block of science
yeah,
usually means that there is either some conceptual foundation in reality that
yeah,
is then very much extrapolated,
yep,
or the concept of, what could be, or where could things go. And like you were saying, there's some media that has just outright predicted the
Yeah.
future of
Or
there's, you know,
people there's
there's a
wrong
lot of
Roombas
stuff.
and stuff, and now Roombas exist, you know,
Mhm.
like
There's a lot of things, especially, with AI or with the
Mhm,
internet,
mhm.
that I know one of your favorite anime of all time is Serial Experiments Lain, which by and
Yeah,
large,
yeah.
it foresaw the rise of social media.
Mhm. And it's that kind of thing that I like. I think sci-fi has a really, really charming ability of reflecting and telling narratives about what might be happening day to day, or what could happen, or what is familiar about people. I think sci-fi is a really good catalyst to tell very, very small, intimate stories about people and hide them in the paintwash that is like an alternate science fiction future. A lot of my favorite science fiction movies I call like sci-fi rom or rom sci-fi, where the whole sci-fi is just an absolutely like egregious excuse to have a romance movie. And I'm not really particularly romantic, but there's something about the movies like Her, movies like Mr. Nobody, Macross type beat. Like and that's very common in sci-fi. That's very common to have this either emotional linchpin in the center of what is basically a science fiction environment, that still has this element of reality and structure and familiarity, but is different and speculative, which I love a lot. Like one of the often criticized but cliches that I enjoy a lot is like obviously like the born sexy yesterday cliche. uh, but I think there's something about that cliche that I think has always been very, very charming about introducing someone to a brand new world and letting them explore something, which I really like. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, actually, I was going
Yeah.
to ask that.
Mm.
Obviously, it's difficult to say, why do you like sci-fi that is ending up waxing a bit poetic, but then
Mm.
sci-fi is a very broad genre, and there are many
Yeah.
different types of sci-fi. That do you
Yeah.
find that there are any either elements of sci-fi or types of sci-fi settings or technology that in particular have always fascinated you, or that in the sci-fi media that you consume, that if it has this element, it is likely to appeal to you more?
I think I'm definitely retro future. I love the idea that like tech didn't progress past CRTs. I think that's crazy. Despite the screens in the background, I think they're a little cliche, but um, I like Aliens, example of what the future would look like. I really like 2001: A Space Odyssey. I probably watched 2001: A Space Odyssey like 10 times. Uh,
Oh, the first time
uh,
I saw 2001: A Space Odyssey, I was probably 11, and I was bored out of my skull because they have just these
you should have watched that when
super
you're 11.
extended and drawn out sequences of, there's the scene of the guy running in the space station for like
Yeah,
5-6 minutes,
welcome to Stanley Kubrick
classical
movies.
music, or just the that
I love
it
that movie.
it felt like it went nowhere. And
It
I'm sure,
doesn't.
if I
It
went
doesn't go
back and
anywhere.
rewatched it, because I haven't seen it since
Mm,
I was 11.
mm,
I
mm, mm,
haven't,
mm.
but
Yeah, what?
I
Whoa.
walked away from it being like, "Why is this considered so formative and classic?" That,
Um,
it looked pretty cool, and I understand the whole thing of, "Oh, the rogue AI, I can't let you
mm,
do that."
yeah.
But, I walked away from it thinking, "Oh, I guess this is one of those artsy films," and in a way
Yeah,
it kinda
it
is,
is.
but
It
but it
definitely
it was
is.
not a good one to show, in my
Mm.
opinion,
No.
a 10, 11-year-old, that it was
No,
just
it's not. No,
went over my
Star
head.
Wars is way better. Star Wars is a way better choice. No, I definitely would say Star Wars is a better choice. I think early Star Wars is actually a really great sci-fi aesthetic. I'll be honest. Star Wars walks the line of sci-fi fantasy. A lot, even establishes that
It's
in its
Space
opening
Wizards.
title card. Yeah, it establishes that in the opening title. In a long time ago, far, far away. It starts like a fantasy. So it walks a line of like I like Star Wars, but I'm more of a Star Trek fan, and I think that's where I draw my line when it comes to sci-fi. That's like a good establishing of what sci-fi I'll be inclined to go for. Is if you gave me Star Wars or Star Trek, I'd choose Star Trek. I like my weird what's the word for it? What's the term for it? Like not like what's the word? It's like where you like deter like like not political, but like ethical dramas, dilemmas. That's the word I'm looking for.
Mm.
I love the ethical dilemmas. I like um androids looking like people over like droids looking like robots. Though I do like a lot of media that does like a really charming style. Like Stray has those really charming looking robots that I really like the design of. Um, the video game Stray with the cat. I think that's I love the styling of the video game Stray actually. That kind of run down future cyber city somewhere between being kind of abandoned but still somehow functioning.
Mm.
Yeah, Blade Runner is beloved to me. I've watched that movie a lot of times. But yeah, I think when it's like if the androids look like people in that kind of Ghost in the Shell way, like I'm not now we're talking. Now we're
Gotcha.
talking.
And that is, pretty readily apparent in your own design.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that is true.
And I guess,
I
I know you were not an android, but it just I guess part of the pilot suit almost looks pseudo android in a way. I don't know. Maybe that's just
yeah.
me.
No, I think that's fair. It's just someone redeemed Activate. I guess I can do the whole, which is specifically inspired by Blade Runner.
Ah.
Because the androids have the reflections in their eyes, which I really like. It also is also a trope from like Stanley Kubrick. At the start of 2001: A Space Odyssey, there's that a picture of the big cats in the desert, and they have the same thing. I am such a fucking nerd. A lot of my
I
things that I have
I
in
need
my
to, like I said, I
lore
need to
are
go back
kind
and
of
watch 2001,
yeah.
and like maybe we'll find a time, Jet said, like I kind of would want to watch you to watch it with me because I feel like you'd be able to tell me things as I
Oh
watch it
yeah,
that would make me
I
appreciate
probably
it even
could.
more. Because I'm sure I
I
could
probably
appreciate it now on my own, but the fact that it is something that you said you've seen it a bunch of times and that you
yeah.
know it, and that anytime you can get somebody who knows a piece of media inside out and backwards and knows the trivia or all the subtle things in the background, that makes me enjoy it even more.
I'm very much like that with a lot of Kubrick's media and also like Blade Runner, Alien. I'm the kind of person tends to be where if I like something, I will then go out of my way to find out more about it because it will make me like it even more. Knowing knowing the how it's made, the behind the scenes, the whys, the who's were involved, the turmoils involved in putting this piece of art together gives the work life to me and makes me really appreciate it. There's a movie which I watched for the first time called Fitzcarraldo. I didn't really like it, and then I watched the documentary making of Fitzcarraldo, and I thought it was the best movie ever made. And I think that I think that explains a lot about how I go about consuming
Now the
media.
question is, so did you seek out the making of documentary specifically because you didn't like the movie, or did you happen to just stumble across it during a YouTube dive and decided, oh, I've seen the thing, maybe I'll enjoy it more if I watch it, knowing myself in that way and watch it because of that, or did you actively seek it out?
I actively stated out. I watched the movie and I was like, everyone goes, oh, you gotta watch the movie, then you gotta watch the documentary. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll do it. I'll watch the movie, then I'll watch the documentary. So I watched the movie, I finished watching the movie, because that movie sucked. Fine, I'll watch the documentary. That was the best movie I've ever seen. It was in that order. And I finally understood. I say that now, if anyone wants to watch Fitzcarraldo, I would say the exact same thing. Watch Fitzcarraldo. You might not enjoy it. Then watch the documentary and you'll love the movie.
Because I'm very similar in that when I find media I like, that I love learning more about it. I love learning about like how did the actors approach the
Yes.
roles, or
Yeah.
things about the filming, or
Mm.
just little references and pieces. But that's when I enjoy a piece of media. That usually, if there is something that I don't enjoy, I'm going to just leave and be like, okay, I don't want to spend more hours on something that I don't enjoy.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair. I think that is fair. I think mostly if I like something, I'll be more inclined to get really hyper focused on it and learn a lot about it. But I think in the case of Footscrowd, it's very specific. You do kind of have to watch the documentary.
I don't know anything about this movie. So what is it about?
Oh God. Okay, Fitzcarraldo. Have you heard of Werner Herzog? We're gonna get to Werner Herzog
Have
in
I
this
heard of what?
interview. Werner Herzog. He's a German surrealist. No, a realist. German realist film director. He's insane. He ate a leather boot once. Oh boy, here we go. Condition. Hold me back. Condition. Hold me back. Fitzcarraldo is a movie based on a folklore. I don't remember. Is it real? It's not real. I'm not sure. I
I'm
can't
looking
remember
it
if
up on
it's based
Wikipedia as you're
on a
telling me
real
about it.
event or if it's not a real event. Anyway, I mean the concept of it, if it was either a apocryphal, if it was reality. The guy was a leather plumber or whatever they're called. The way they used to get leather from trees. No, not leather. Sorry, I meant rubber farmer.
I was
They
like, I don't
farm
think
rubber
leather comes
trees
from
and
cheese jets.
no, not it was a slip of the tongue. No, a rubber farmer. They would farm rubber from these very specific trees in the Amazon, and there's a very specific crop of these very rich soiled rubber trees in the Amazon. This is back when people were going out into the rivers and trying to get the riches. And he's like, I need to get to this specific plot of trees, and I'll be the richest man alive. However, he couldn't go around the river on this boat because there were rapids there. So he thought, oh, I'll just go over this really shallow point of the mountain. I'll drag my boat over, then I'll ride the boat down the mountain. I'll get all of this rubber. I'll bring it back. I'll be really, really rich. That's the concept. So this guy dragged this boat over this mountain, which is crazy, but be it true, be it apocryphal. And Werner Herzog's like, I want to make this movie about this guy that dragged a boat over a mountain. I'm going to actually drag a boat over a mountain for the movie. It's crazy, and they filmed with real local natives. I think it's one of the last films ever recorded that had the local native population of the area on camera, and the people actually died on set, and they had real life prostitutes on set, and they were going insane, and Mick Jagger from freaking the whatever the Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones was meant to play the lead, and they recorded half the movie, and then he had to go on tour, and they had to remake the movie with Claude Kinski, and at one point Werner Herzog threatened to kill Claude Kinski if he walked off set. It's insane.
I'm skimming through the Wikipedia article as you're saying all this, and I'm hitting all these things. And yep, Mick Jagger, then part of the tour with Rolling Stones, and yeah, it's all there.
It's all there. It's
That's
crazy.
commitment
Really
to the bit.
yeah, exactly.
We're actually just gonna
Werner
drag
is-
the whole thing over. That we could
Yeah.
start at a couple feet up the mountain, get the shots that we need, maybe from a few different angles.
Nope. They
But
actually
no, we're actually going to do it. That's not method acting, that's method directing.
Yeah, no, that's Werner. He's a kind of a crazy guy, but absolutely insane. I've actually, so after I finished watching the movie and then the documentary, I actually even read the book. He has a book, which is basically, essentially, just his journal, which he wrote while the making of the movie. So I've read the book as well, and that's also surreal. You get a completely different perspective of basically a man descending into madness as he's trying to record this movie. Very curious figure. How did we get here? I'm so sorry. I'm talking about Werner Herzog
No,
on your
you're
talk
good.
show.
I'm trying. Hey, this is a talk show. You're talking. You're doing just fine.
Thank you.
Now I am trying to remember, how did we get there?
Mm,
Not
think
that it was
we're
a
talking
problem,
about-
but now I'm kind of curious, how did we get there?
I think
We
we're
were
talking about
talking,
interesting, fun stuff about movies and sci-fi.
yeah,
movies
and
yeah,
just wanting to get into things as you get interested in them. Yeah, that for me, that some of the ones that I've really gone down that rabbit hole with, Scott Pilgrim versus the World was one of them. Just
Oh,
it's
brilliant.
such a love letter to nerdery and video games that I've seen the director's commentary and all that, and
Yeah.
uh,
yeah.
a
And read the
couple
comics as well, I
interviews.
imagine.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, of course.
And they just announced that they're doing a new animated
anime,
series,
and with
and that
the
they've
actors.
reunited the entire
Yeah.
cast.
Yeah,
And
it's
I'm
very
so
exciting.
excited.
Very cool. It's very. I never actually read the comics, but I did watch the movie by Edgar Wright, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very, very, very good. Very classic.
The comics are just 6 volumes. That it's actually a very short read. That I definitely recommend it. It is not
Oh, hell
difficult
yeah.
to actually get through.
Yeah, maybe I'll sit down and read Scott Pilgrim finally one
Yeah.
day. I feel like it's one of those good old classics. The Edgar Wright movie's very good. I do like Edgar Wright in general, so I think that's how I ended up watching the movie in the first place.
I don't think I'd seen any Edgar Wright movies before that one, but I remember my friends and I went to the midnight release of the movie because we were just so
Mm.
hyped. We had not read the graphic novels or anything. We just saw the trailer and like, this is a video game style movie and it just looks over the top and
Yeah.
silly and fun. And when the 16-bit Universal theme came on, the theater just was cheering and it was a good time. Very, very fun memory for me. One of the other movies, which is very different from Scott Pilgrim,
Mm.
that I sort of went down that rabbit hole with was Inglourious Bastards,
Yo, that's a
Quentin
classic.
Tarantino's. That
Might
I
be
have
one of my
not seen
favorites.
all of the Tarantino films. I actually haven't seen
Really?
Pulp Fiction. I need to see Pulp Fiction.
Damn. Damn.
But
Snoozing,
uh,
you lacking.
the first of his films that I ever saw was Inglourious Bastards,
It's a good one.
and
It might be one of my
I just
favorites.
really enjoyed it. And
Yeah.
sometime really in the past year or two, that I went through and like watched a bunch of documentaries, and I think Christoph Waltz is just a phenomenal actor, and that really
Yeah,
gave
one
him
of
his
my favorites
start.
too, genuinely.
Yeah, so that's one that I've seen, dissections of just the cinematography in it,
Yep.
and the way that Quentin Tarantino went about not only the casting but just the structure of it all, and that the script actually got leaked at one point, and he was initially not going to make it. That he finished the script years before the movie went into production. Somebody leaked it, and he was going to shelve it. That he was so upset that it had gotten out there when he did not want it to. That he was like,
Sounds
I'm
like a
probably just going to
Tarantino
drop
thing.
it. But eventually he
Yeah.
came back to it, and certainly glad that he did.
Mm. No, yeah, I think I've seen all of Tarantino's work. Yeah, I have. I've seen. Like so when I said I got into movies in my early teens, I got into movies. I went through and just like watched a bunch of discographies of a bunch of directors. And I've been personally slacking more recently. I think I've been started streaming for sure. I've not had enough time in my days to have, now I like, okay, I can sit down
Can't
to watch
imagine
maybe like
why.
yeah, I was like, I can sit down maybe to watch like a 20-minute YouTube video, but committing to like 2 hours of like a cult like Zabriskie Point or something like that, some cult classic. Do I have the energy to watch? I don't know, some goddamn Agnes Varda. I should sit down and watch her work, but I don't think I have the emotional bandwidth. Because the thing about classic movies and the thing about myself when it comes to media is why I love media, why I think I try to do streaming, and is because I like. When I watch movies, listen to music, or anything like that, I really turn my brain off and give the artist the chance to freaking, I don't know, seep its way into my mind. I like to make myself vulnerable. So I always end up crying on video games. It's not even because I'm a big baby. It's just because I feel like if an artist wants to, and if the artist is providing you with that emotional beats, I won't hold
Oh
myself
yeah,
back. I'll be like,
I am
I will let the emotions hit me.
I'm
Um,
significantly more
mm.
likely to cry watching media than anything based in reality.
Yeah, it's I think the best way to explain it without stumbling too much is I let myself be emotionally vulnerable. And so because of that, I'm not gonna watch lots of movies offline because you get a little tired if you stream for like multiple hours a day. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want some French film
Yeah,
director to emotionally, psychologically fuck me up right now. I even though even though I probably should. It would be good for my health to watch more weird European cinema, just for my brain, just to reset it maybe every now and then.
do you remember what the first movie you ever cried during was?
Holy crap. Um, no, I can't, I cannot think. Damn, no. Do you?
I do, and that you know I had heard of people crying in movies, and just for whatever reason I
Mm.
hadn't, um, until I'd have to actually go back and check how old I was, but it was Monsters Inc. When they
Oh, okay,
shredded
that's
Boo's door and
oh.
said that Sully could not see her anymore, and when Mike handed Sully the found scrap of the door, that I started tearing up in the
Oh
theater.
man.
And at this point in time, I had to have been somewhere between 10 and 15.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure that's where I was. So, young-ish, not very, very young. But
Mm.
that was the first time that I ever cried during a movie.
Damn, I think maybe the earliest memory I can have of a movie really emotionally affecting me. I've mentioned this before in streams, so I like don't want to get into this tangent too much again. But I watched Titanic way too young. Way too, but two movies I watched way too young was Titanic and Pink Floyd's The Wall, and both of them I believe have left a lifelong impact on my soul as a person. Titanic really messed me up. I refused to like go in the bathtub for a month. I think I refused to like
Oh my
bathe
goodness.
for a month because I thought I was gonna get sucked down the drain.
Also, I just checked. It was earlier than I remembered. So Monsters Inc. came out when I was would have been 8 or 9 at that point.
Yeah. All right, the Titanic speech.
I was 9.
Yeah,
I was 9.
yeah.
And
Oh
other
wow.
confession, I've never seen Titanic. My
That's
parents
okay.
my parents realized somewhere around the time that I was 17 that they did a
Yeah.
woeful job of educating me in terms of classic theater. That
Yeah.
my father and I had gone to see a John Williams concert. John Williams himself was not there, but it was an orchestra playing a bunch of John Williams stuff, and I knew it from Star Wars and
Yeah,
whatnot.
he's done a lot.
And that we were getting through and was like, all right, I've heard the theme from Jurassic Park because it's so classic. I've heard
Yes.
the theme from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I've heard the theme from Indiana Jones. And there were different points during the show where it was like, yeah, I do need to see this one. My father turned to me. He was like, wait, I haven't shown you Indiana Jones? You're like 15. How about and he was like, I feel kind of like a failure as a father right now. So we then watched the first 3 Indiana Jones films in the next week.
Oh hell yeah, yeah. I think when I found out like I hadn't watched Star Wars and Indiana Jones, I think I did a similar thing. Like yeah, I binge watched Indiana Jones and Star Wars and Rocky and all of those movies, all on my own time, my freaking laptop, the way that the directors intended, obviously. Watching a fucking movie on your iPhone. Definitely the authentic experience. But because of that, because I watch a lot of classic movies, like just on a laptop in my own time, I have now tried to take the time later to seek out theater screenings of classics. Like I got to watch Akira in theater, and that was incredible. And I've been trying to keep my eyes on the peripherals of being able to watch some really good OG movies properly on the big screen, because there are some movies that like, yeah, that should definitely probably be watched in a theater with the surround sound, with the Dolby Atmos or whatever. But yeah, Titanic messed me up. But I think ever since I watched Titanic, I have now developed a very morbid admiration for the deep sea. Very, very much so. That definitely affected me for sure.
Yeah, the deep sea is one of those things that just you don't really think about it until you think about it, and then you think about it.
I'm always thinking about it. I never stop thinking about it. 90% of the time, my
your
brain is
model
thinking
froze.
about it. Oh, it did. Why is that? I'm moving on my end. Let me double check.
Let me double check. Because obviously the audio is still coming through, so we're fine. I'm getting like green bars from VDO. That's odd.
Yeah, I don't know why that's not working. I can try and refresh my capture device.
Yeah, because I'm not seeing it there, so let's try that. Please stand by, folks. Hopefully you all are enjoying our rambling so far. Get comfy, folks. I expect we'll be rambling for a good bit because we chatted a bit earlier in the week about, what are a couple of fun topics to talk about, and we're only scratching the surface, so there's going to be a lot more fun to come. Yes, AussieNet, how dare you?
I don't know what's going on. I don't
try
know.
closing the call and reopening. Maybe that'll kick it.
We can do that? Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I think I missed a fair number of follows. Pave Rardy, Holtz Bolts, and Finaboing. Thank you for the follows. Yes, we are turning it on and off. So please stand by. It was going actually really well. I was like, hey, the thing was coming through clearly, so hopefully she's able to reconnect. I don't know if she restarted her entire computer. I meant just, hang up and rejoin the call. Well, while we wait, if anybody has specific things that they want to maybe float by Jets once she gets back, that I'm open to some suggestions. And by the way, I am reading everything in chat. I obviously want to keep the focus on the guests, so if it seems like I'm not responding a ton, that is partially intentional. But like I said earlier, I really do appreciate you all being here, and I hope that you're enjoying things so far. Just gonna check. This is episode 104, actually, of Vtuber Talk. Recently crossed that centennial line. And let me get shout out there. And I do these shows usually about once a week. The broadcast schedule is completely based on the guests that I just say, whenever's best for you. And fortunately, Jets actually sort of wakes up a bit early, so wound up being nice and convenient my evening for morning. Yep, that, oh, it's not, the camera's not loading. One moment, folks. Technology. Says that it's not registering the camera. This is a weird one. Saying that it's not actually getting her camera, but it obviously was getting her camera 5 minutes ago. So, that's odd. I don't know if I've ever had this specific issue before. Learning new things here on Vtuber Talk. How fun. Yeah, all right. Jets is just going to restart her computer, and hopefully that will trick VDO into seeing the camera again. You've all seen it. You've all seen it. It worked. We had it. But yes, I guess so. For those of you out in the chat, what are some of the, formative pieces of media for you all, or, favorite deep dives in terms of movies or media that you've gone in and looked up all of the production history or some of the stories behind the making of things? And it's been, like I was saying, a little bit for me, but definitely the most recent one was going through Inglourious Bastards. That was a really fun one that I, at this point, know. Well, I can't say that I know every word in the film because 2/3 of the film is not in English. I know basically every word in the film as translated into English. In worst case scenario, there are other ways that I can get Jets back, even if video continues to be annoying. So sit tight, folks. Oh yeah, Hans Landa just Quentin Tarantino worried actually for a time if he could make Inglourious Bastards, because he was worried that the role of Hans Landa was not going to be castable, that he was like, I don't know of anybody that I could see in this role that would be able to do this role. And he considers the role one of the best characters he's ever written, just period. And fortunately, Christoph Waltz, who had been having some modest success in German television and cinema, but Waltz himself has said, the German film and TV entertainment industry is somewhat limited in that you can be successful and you can make a livelihood, but that obviously the difference between being successful in German produced film versus something like Hollywood is going to be night and day. That Inglourious Basterds really gave him that big break, and that if anything, the worst part for him right now is that he is now typecast as a villain because he played Hans Landa so damn well. But at the same time, if you can get typecast in Hollywood, that means you're getting business in Hollywood and that you are being cast. So still not a bad place to be. That some of the other folks that I really point to is, perpetual villains, because they had one big break where they were a villain character and have just been continuously recast as that, is Giancarlo Esposito, who is Gus Fring in Breaking Bad. He's been in everything from Far Cry to The Mandalorian, that everything he does, he's always a villain because he plays villains very, very well. And even if it's something you would think maybe gets old at a point, but at the same time, if you're getting well-written villains, that you are going to be able to explore different subtleties there. And again, in Hollywood, being typecast is in its own way a victory because it means that you're getting that consistent work. All right, Jet says that she should be set up again in just a minute, so hopefully we'll be able to continue. Aha! We're
Hello?
back. We're back. Hi.
I'm back.
That was so weird. Like the
Sorry,
computer's just
I
like,
had to
nope.
restart my PC. Oh, God,
That was so weird because we had it working. We had it working for 2 hours, and then it's just like, nope, the camera doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, that was so weird. I restarted like all applications that I use to get this system working. I restarted everything, and the only thing that worked was restarting literally everything. My entire PC. Holy crap! Crazy.
But we got here. We're back.
Got here, man. Crazy.
Technology's weird.
Technology's stupid. Sorry, what we're talking about? I feel like today we also stream. I brought absolutely the most perfect amount of stuff. I brought all of the stuff to the party.
Yeah, I've had different issues with VDO. I don't know if I've ever had that specific instance where just the camera decided midstream that it did not want to work. I've had folks that have had issues getting it hooked up in the beginning, but then once it's hooked up, it's usually fine. It's never just been, all right, it bugs out and no longer recognizes it at all. So congratulations. Achievement unlocked. That's impressive in its own way.
First time your audio just hasn't worked. Amazing, incredible. This is a truly unique broadcast. Let me adjust my if you hear a squeaky chair, please ignore it. I pricked this bastard up off the side of the road. I need to invest myself into like some fancy. What's the fancy chair that everybody gets when they're like?
It starts with an M.
The
Herman Miller.
Aeron. Yeah. I need to get myself either a
Those
Herman Miller
things
or like a bootleg Herman Miller, extra classy.
Yeah,
Dude, secondhand for 100? Yo, I mean that's more expensive than this chair. This chair was free off the streets, baby.
I know, like Herman Miller's new costs something like $600-700, like a lot. I fortunately, I work from home, and part of the work from home package is that they will provide a nice desk and a nice chair. So it's not a Herman Miller, but it is a very nice, like good posture chair. So I spent the first 2 years of the pandemic in this like little rigid IKEA chair, which in retrospect was a terrible idea. I probably did significant damage to my back, and because it wasn't an uncomfortable chair. It wasn't like, oh, I can't get another. It was just, it was what I knew, and I was like, it's fine. And it wasn't until I said like 2 years into using that, I was like, this probably isn't good for my back. This probably doesn't have the support that I should have, given how much I am sitting at my computer. So I then sort of got the mid-grade classic gamer chair, had that for a year and a half, and then work came along and was like, ooh, I can get an upgrade here and just have it be, on the company. That sounds wonderful.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of realizing that
MSRP
at the moment.
$16.45. Good lord.
Ooh, 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 damn.
Sorry for
Yeah,
interrupting.
oh, that's all good. I'm feeling that at the moment with my current chair because yeah, I found this one off the side of the street, um, and it's not great. I have like a pillow like rolled into kind of like a cake roll shape to
Yeah, like
sit and
lumbar support.
to make my own fake lumbar support. But then I end up sitting like a shrimp most of the time anyway. And I think
Yeah.
it's got less to do with maybe it's like one I like sitting like freaking L from Death Note, or two, maybe this chair just means you need to do that because it's not comfy to sit on it any other way.
Mhm.
Um, so I do think I need to just bite the bullet and get a proper chair since I am doing this a lot. However, I've added like standing up redeems, so I'm not gonna cut complete circulation off to my legs, which
That's
is
good.
good.
I don't know if you have throne or anything, but maybe put a nice chair on there or
Put the
something.
freaking Herman Miller on the throne, bro. Nah, I could just no,
Well,
chair on throne,
not
chair
even
on throne, chair on
necessarily a
throne.
Herman
No.
Miller, but just, a chair.
Oh man, no, I could get that shit myself, make it a tax write-off. I don't know.
That too, yes, that do remember tax write-offs. Yeah.
Put the Parmesan wheel on the chair. True. Crowdfund it. Crowdfund a Herman Miller. You guys are crazy. We're not gonna crowdfund a Herman Miller. We can crowdfund the Parmesan cheese though. My chat is been suggesting absurd stuff on the throne. And I don't think that's just the jetpack. I think that's Twitch stuff. I think
Oh yeah,
communities
I've
like
seen
this
people
said
make entire
bizarre
streams
stuff
of
on the
throne
throne.
reviews of just that
Oh
people
yeah.
will put up the
Oh
most
yeah.
absurd things of, here is bulk, I don't
Yep.
know, olives or
Oh,
something of just
I could do
random
with
food
bulk
stuff.
olives. Oh damn! Yeah, I could. I'll take the bulk olives. I'll take the bulk olives over the fake pregnancy belly that was put on my throne the other day. Oh, and God, Jesus Christ!
Green or
Bauhaus.
black olives though?
Can we do mixed olives? Is mixed olives an option? I want
Okay,
the green
sure, yeah.
and the red olives too. Like there's a nice like Kalamata olives, I think they're called. Yeah. No, I'll take olives over what's been put. So I've got full like $1,000 furry suits being put on my throne.
Oh no.
Jellies, how to talk to women books. Yeah, it's great. It's a really good fun time. I love being an e-clown. Unironically though. Unironically. The Bauhaus chair. Yeah, I'll put the Bauhaus chair on my throne with my Dali cookbook. My throne is slowly becoming really stupidly pretentious.
Oh goodness.
Don't forget the cheese. Yeah, I would never forget the cheese.
What is a Bauhaus chair?
A Bauhaus chair. There's a couple of them. There's a few. They made quite a few chairs. Bauhaus is a German school of art and design in the Weimar Republic, just right before World War II happened, which is like known for changing the way that art schools and architecture and most home appliance and home clothing were produced forever. So IKEA basically is like born out of, to some extent, the Bauhaus, but they also are doing their own thing. Bauhaus has been mentioned. Oh no, okay, I'm gonna start the fuck up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just started talking, didn't I? Oh,
No, that tells me I've done something right as a host.
No. I just started talking. I'm gonna stop. Fuck. No, well. The Bauhaus, they did this thing where they would, because of the time period, go into depression. Sort of my BFA moment. Shut up, chat. Because of the going into depression, people still who were a little bit more well off still wanted nice items, but they wanted them to be made well and affordably. So the Bauhaus revolutionized production of home appliances and materials, teapots, chairs, couches, pillows, textiles, all those kinds of things. So yeah, and the Bauhaus chair I really like. I own one that's like a bootleg Bauhaus chair, but there's the specific one. Let me just grab a photo for you.
So what makes it Bauhaus? That it almost sounds like if it's not from the Champagne region of California, it's just sparkling wine. What makes it a bootleg Bauhaus?
It's kind of like that. Bootleg Bauhaus means it's probably just in a parody or a reproduction of the design, but not made by, you know, an authentic producer. It's like, technically, if you wanted an authentic Bauhaus, you have to get like a vintage chair from like the 1930s. So most Bauhaus design isn't, you know, the Wolseley chair is my favorite. The Wolseley chair is incredible. I think you can still buy original Wolsleys, and they're like $3,800. Let me send these to you.
That's even more than the Herman Miller.
Oh, definitely more than the Herman Miller. This is the Wolseley. This is my favorite, and this is the iconic Bauhaus chair. What's the name of this one? This is called.
Oh yeah, I feel like that design is relatively conventional at this point.
Yes, when this design was first made, it blew people's mind. But nowadays, you still get that chair and you go, oh, that's just a chair. No, this chair was invented by the Bauhaus, and people lost their shit. I like when people still get kind of excited about, or get not excited. I really like when people get really angry still to this day about white squares as paintings. It makes me kind of chuckle to myself when people get really like, white square of art, oh, my child could do that. I was like, okay, but was your child alive in the 1910s when that painting was first made? I find it a lot of art which people look at and go, oh, that's so silly, is super contextual to it's happening at a certain time period.
Why does it want to say this is a WebP file? It says PNG on the URL.
Oh, I think because I exported it as a PNG. Normally that means you can upload it to OBS. But if it's like a really stupid WebP, it won't go around that.
That's weird.
Let me try and save one that's not listed as a WebP.
Yeah, all my homies hate WebP. I didn't know about WebP prior to like a year ago, and they just started popping up, and
there you go. That should be a better
always a problem.
Yeah, fuck WebP.
Like, maybe
Germans
I just
when they
get a
see a chair with
screenshot.
2 legs.
Actually, you know what? I like that idea better. Let's not even bother downloading and like potentially messing with my bandwidth as we do this. I'm just gonna get a screenshot of.
Hell yeah. The image format designed to be a problem. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, sorry, I started rambling about art stuff. I'm sorry. But yeah, I don't know. I find it's funny. A lot of the stuff which you look at and you go like, that's so boring. And if you're looking at it and it's art based, most of the time, if you look at the year in which it was made, it will change your opinion of that, because you go, oh, that's that, you know, that's when it was made. It was pre freaking World War I. What? That's so many years ago. Culturally. Crazy. That's the first time anyone ever thought of doing that. So yeah. But yeah, a lot of art is stupid, even if it's the first time it's ever been done.
Yeah, so there we go. Now we have the Bauhaus chair. There it is.
Most of my chat have seen this before. They know this shit. They know they started calling me out the second I mentioned Bauhaus. I don't know why I've become the Bauhaus person. I don't even like them like that much. I just think they're kind of cool, and there's some interesting stories there, and a lot of interesting stuff was made, and the aesthetic of or the design of the Bauhaus appeals to me a lot. I feel like I'm stuck within this space stylistically between weird arty design of thing and like grimy sci-fi, and one day I'll find the perfect way to combine all of the above.
I'm trying to think, what is the best example of that type of combination of, you know, artsy kind of art deco but also grimy sci-fi,
2001: A Space Odyssey.
2001: A Space Odyssey, yeah. Or just you know, like Fifth Element almost.
Blade Runner a little bit, yeah. Blade Runner has the noir element. Yeah. I do like Fifth Element a lot. Fifth Element's a great example of Born Sexy Yesterday in media. Which I feel like there needs to be a better term for that cliche. But
I haven't even heard that cliche before tonight. But as soon as you said it, I was like, oh yeah, it makes perfect sense. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've just never heard that term.
Rachel technically is considered, in Blade Runner, Rachel is technically considered a Born Sexy Yesterday trope. If those in the chat don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, Born Sexy Yesterday is a trope which is so common in sci-fi, and even though people, there's so many essays written about how problematic it is, I don't care. I freaking love it. Yeah, the BSY.
Yeah, like Lilu.
it's a character, often maybe a clone, an android, or an alien, or an extraterrestrial, or someone unfamiliar with the environment who is most likely attractive in most cases, not all cases. There are cases where it's guys as well, but this is where people start getting like, oh, it's sexist. It's not. It's just a cliche. It's the thing. In most cases, it's a cute girl. In most cases, a cute girl who doesn't know anything and she's new to the world, and the male protagonist has to teach her how the world works. And like Fifth Element is a great example of that. Teach me, human, about this emotion called love. Yeah, Deadbeat, exactly that. There is examples of it being guys. Like Starman is a great example of it being a guy, like a male, a dude has fallen from space. And even the one with Bowie in it's an example of the guy being the born sexy yesterday. What's that one called again? I think it's like
under this logic, wouldn't like 90% of isekais be born sexy yesterday?
Yes. Isekai is a category of born sexy yesterday, but in the obviously fantasy world, the man who fell to earth. Yeah, that's an example of it being with guys. I think people like to overlook it in regards of it, like it's only pretty women, which it's not. There's a bunch of examples of it being dudes. And I really like this trope for the one reason that, and maybe I like it because I am a lady, a girl, a female, is the reason I like this trope is it puts you as the audience member into the eyes of the character that was like born sexy yesterday, in regards of you're vicariously experiencing these things the first time through that character, because often the protagonist is explaining how the world works and the environment works to that character. So it's a really good writing device when it comes to things like a sci-fi movie, to explain how everything functions in a way that's organic and not just like a bottomless pit of exposition. It's narratively driven, why you have to explain what's going on.
You just hit the nail on the head for my entire theory of why isekai has become such a big genre.
Go on.
That exact concept of that you can create a fantasy world where the main character is a good stand-in for the audience because they do not understand the world, and therefore, like you were saying, it no longer becomes an exposition dump. It is in character, in world, just why things are being explained. That is my entire theory of why isekai is as popular as it is, because by all rights, 90% of isekai stories could just be fantasy stories, but that by making it so it is that type of relatable, or sometimes they'll bring in like, all right, I'm in a fantasy world, but with my smartphone, or like one element that is different. But by and large, I think that's a lot of why isekai has overtaken just plain fantasy, proper fantasy, as a genre, because it's a very convenient writing device, and it's perhaps been overused, but at the same time, it's the type of thing that I look at and say, that makes sense.
The Japanese like making a little bit of escapism from its corporate hell. Well, that's like that. I think that's why Born Sexy Yesterday is used in sci-fi as well. And I think that's why probably it's the exact same thing in isekai. It's a really good device. You only have a certain few hours in a movie to establish what's going on and the plot and the characters and get the ball rolling and it be good. Why not have this character who's designed for you to have to explain everything to? And obviously there's like the gets into the things with like the cute girl, and there's always the one scene where she like undresses and she's like, I don't know that I'm not meant to get naked in front of you.
Yes, the classic.
The classic cliche. But I'm like, I'm not complaining. That's a cute moment. It's like, it's stupid, it's cliche, and maybe it's a little bit like dated, but it's silly. It makes you giggle. You're like, oh, she doesn't know how cute she is. And I don't know, I'm the kind of person where I see that and I like dumb characters. I find them really endearing. I think that's why I like those tropes of the person being a little bit of a dork. Maybe because I'm a little bit of a dork, and the fact that the protagonist is always so cool enough to be patient with this character. Oftentimes this character is a little bit of like a dead weight. They don't know what's going on, and yet the protagonist, who's like the cool tough guy that like shoots at the guns, is like, okay, I'm going to fucking drag this freaking piece of like mashed potatoes in a bag around because they're kind of cute looking, and then we'll go on an adventure. I think that trope maybe is overdone, but I do think it's really, I do secretly, it's like a guilty pleasure. I think it's a guilty pleasure trope
Mhm.
for myself when it comes to sci-fi.
Are there any particular guilty pleasure pieces of media,
Mm,
whether it be, a guilty pleasure anime, movie, game, just
mm.
one that is, either problematic or just not necessarily high quality for one reason or another that has just always had a special place in your heart?
I think that's more so with music and stuff. Like I like a lot of really cliche, what people would call like red flag sad boy music.
Mm.
I unironically very much like a very cliched sad bastard music that is probably not the best music in the world, but I really like it. Male manipulator music,
Oh
thank
my
you,
gosh.
condition. Yes. Yeah. And I think that also extends to the movies I like when it comes down to like, yeah, those kinds of sci-fis that might be like male manipulator movies. I don't know what that even fucking means, honestly. But other than I seem to like whatever's on those lists. um and so I think that's good. Movies are like a super guilty pleasure. Oh, a Dead Poet Society. Though I think Dead Poet Society is a great movie. Ghibli films, but Ghibli films are great. They're not like something to be
Yeah,
guilty about
I wouldn't
liking.
really consider that guilty
No,
pleasure.
not
That,
at all.
perhaps it's a low-hanging fruit, but not a guilty pleasure.
Yeah, it's not. It's not good. That's something that's generally brilliant. Hmm, Yuri is a classic. I don't know. There's got to be some. It's just not coming to my brain
Yeah, that's
exactly
fair.
right
That
now
it
this
is a
second.
difficult line to draw, especially when, sometimes guilty pleasures are ones that are just very popular, but then it's that question of, all right, is it actually a guilty pleasure if everyone
Yeah,
else is doing the same thing?
yeah. I think that's true. I think like I'm like only guilty about being a cliche. I think even it's like, yeah, like I know that a lot of the things I enjoy are a cliche for who I am, but it's not cliche in the sense of maybe being, you know, the most number one watched anime on my anime list or whatever. You get what I mean? Like, oh, me liking Lane, yeah, that's probably a cliche. That's probably me falling into my male manipulator category. But it's not like I'm saying I like Sword Art Online. Even though if I did like Sword Art Online, who cares? Not that I do. I don't like Sword Art Online, but I
Oh,
think
my mini rant on Sword Art Online that I will very much compress here. The first 12 episodes were fantastic. And
okay,
everything
yeah.
else after that is really bad, and how to reduce and destroy your well established female protagonist in under 60 seconds. There you
I
go.
watched it I think when it was first releasing, and I think I did watch like the first couple episodes of it and thought it was pretty okay, and then just remember never really coming back to it. So I don't actually no idea. Like
Like I,
I don't.
I watched the
Yeah.
second arc, said I wasn't gonna watch anymore, and then season 2 came out with Gun Gale, and I picked it back. I was like, let's see, and then it came to the same dang thing that I didn't like about season 2 and or like the second arc, and then I
Mm.
dropped it. I was like, all right, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me
Yeah,
twice,
for me
shame on
twice.
me. I'm done with Sword Art Online. That
Yeah.
I I very much respect it in a
Mm.
historical context, specifically, like
Mm.
especially in the West, that it
Baby's first anime.
heralded
Surprise.
it was not baby's first anime for me, but it
Yeah, but for a lot
it
of people.
was it was baby's first anime for a lot of people, and I point to it as the beginning of the modern isekai era. That obviously isekai had been done well
Mm.
before Sword Art Online, but I sort of see that as it after Sword Art Online, the amount of isekai that we got increased exponentially.
Mm. You know what, I'm gonna be honest. I've never really ever watched an isekai, and my brain always excuses. My brain always excuses Sword Art Online because it has that sci-fi start part of like, oh, you're inside the
Mm,
virtual reality, and in my brain, I'm like, it walks the line of the same thing Star Wars does of like sci-fi, fantasy, and so I think maybe Sword Art Online is like the only isekai quote unquote that I've ever watched. I'm really thinking about it right now. I don't think I can name a single other isekai I've watched.
And don't get me wrong,
Outlaw.
I enjoy my isekai. I love a good power fantasy isekai. I think Overlord is delightful. I will usually watch a couple of them every season, and
Mm.
that it is not a bad genre. That while I think it, and like I said, I respect the writing device itself. Um, I just point to Sword Art Online as sort of just
I think that's
historically
fair.
where we saw a big increase. I don't like Sword Art Online in particular. I don't have a problem with isekai as a genre.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, I can't make much comment on it because I've not watched enough of it. I have, I don't know, like, yeah, the female power fantasy of watching cute girls do cute things and being like, I wish I could be their friend.
Don't get me wrong, I do enjoy a good moe blob, cute girls
Yeah,
doing cute things show.
Moe Blob is probably my earliest introduction to anime in general with like Lucky Star and Yuri Yuri,
I
and so
love Lucky Star.
those kinds of slice of life animes hold a very sweet place in my heart of being able to like turn my brain off and enjoy it. And I've been meaning to properly sit down and watch. I think it's
Oh,
Nichijou.
Nichijou.
Nichijou. I've been meaning to watch Nichijou. More comedy, down to earth, a bit silly.
Yeah,
Moe Blood animes.
just sort of
Uh,
slice of life.
yeah.
Yeah.
Watch Lucky Star. Oh yeah, I love Lucky Star.
Watch Lucky Star if you haven't, folks.
K-On! Is one of the ones I've never actually got around to watching as well, which I've been meaning to. Those like, yeah, Nichijou and K-On! Maybe one day I would really. Nichijou is gods. Yeah, I've seen so many clips. I've watched like chunks of Nichijou just through clips on YouTube, but I've never sat down and watched the whole thing. It's been on my
I'm the same. I've seen
to
like
watch list
half of it at
for a
this point.
while.
Just sometimes I'll sit down and watch an episode or two with friends, or that I've seen clips.
Mm,
I think it is very good. I very much hold Lucky Star above Nichijou.
mm.
I know others that hold Nichijou above, and like I said, I think it's very good. But for me, Lucky Star is one of my favorite. Just it's not even really cute girls doing cute things. It's just slice of life in its purest form, and that's actually
Yeah.
one that I often tell people to watch the dub. That the sub is great, but I think that was one that they actually translated and localized extraordinarily well. And that
I've never
for
watched the dub for Lucky Star.
it
I
was
could not
actually
imagine them. I could not imagine the girls dubbed. No way. That freaks me out even thinking about that.
now the thing that makes it
What?
funny is so in the uh in the sub, so in the
Mm,
Japanese performance,
mm.
there's a lot of actors that have overlap with certain other series, and in particular, Konata is the same VA as Haruhi Suzumiya.
Mhm.
They did the same thing in English.
Oh,
That
that's kind of cool.
and that because it was Bandai who had the North American license and was in charge of the
Mm,
dub, and they also had the license for Haruhi Suzumiya, so they used a lot of the same actors. And Bandai in general, their American arm went defunct in like 2014ish. It's been a while.
mm,
But they actually had, in my opinion, some of the strongest dubs between Haruhi Suzumiya, Lucky Star, Code Geass, which is my personal favorite anime of all time,
mm.
and that I thought they did very well. And that for that one, like I would say, give it an episode or two, and especially because it's such a dialogue-heavy show, that
Cookie,
being
yes?
able to
Mm.
that it not have to pay attention to the subtitles as much, I think it makes the series all the more enjoyable. That said, I've watched it subtitled as well, and it is still very enjoyable subtitled.
Yeah, I think I've definitely heard of Code Geass. Code Geass is like Mecha, right? It is.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that it's
Yeah.
a
It's a lot of people's first introduction to Mecha.
mhm.
Yeah, I think that's enjoy Code Geass. Code Geass has been on my list. It's a relatively longish series though, right? It
It's
has a couple
50.
of seasons. That's quite a few episodes. It's an alternative history mecha. Ooh, okay,
Yeah,
guys, that does
and
sound
that it's a
really,
lot
really
of
good.
politics, and that people
Okay, that does
the
sound really,
one liner that a
really
lot of people use for it
cool.
is it is Death Note meets Gundam.
Okay, that does sound really cool. It's kind of like Gundam Light. Ah,
That
Sunrise
that
Original.
it's
Okay.
I said earlier, I can tell you my tastes and what things I like in my media.
Mm,
And while I might not be able to explain on a psychological level why it is that these are my tastes, I'm very good at explaining what I like. And I like smart characters doing smart things. And that goes for Death Note, that goes for Code Geass. Just if there's a smart protagonist who is outwitting his opponents and ideally having an opponent that is as smart as him or her or whoever, and being able to, have a battle of wits. I love battles of wits.
Yeah.
And this gives you
Yeah.
battles of wits with mech battles too.
Hell yeah. No, I think Code Geass has been in my peripherals for quite a while. I'm really currently going through and watching a bunch of classics at the moment that have been on my list. I recently watched Bubble and Crisis. I'm watching Bigger. I need to sit down and watch Gundam Witch Mercury because the new season's meant to be incredible. I haven't watched it yet because I've been watching other stuff, other old classic mechas, and Code Geass is probably going to be on the list sometime too as well. Oh man,
Like, that's
too
another
many
one that I
things,
point to
too
the
many
dub, and
things to watch.
unfortunately, I have Pave Rardy in the chat vouching that the Code Geass dub is a very, very, very strong one.
Oh hell yeah, hell yeah. Sounds like Legend of Galactic Heroes. Oh my goodness, there's so many good
I've not seen
suggestions.
Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Obviously, it's a name that I am familiar with. So another one to add to that perpetually growing list.
For sure. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's one of the things about being on stream all the time is definitely the jetpack always is suggesting so many cool things. I think a lot of things I've ever actually watched recently since streaming. I'm moving around my chair. I think I'm getting like needing to move around a little bit, getting the zooms. Sorry. Zeto's waiting for you. I know, Towns. I know. When you watch Eureka 7, Egg Johnson, I saw you suggest something just yesterday, and that looked really good. People constantly suggesting stuff, and it's most of the things I watched recently are because people in the community have suggested them. But it's a double-edged sword of like, oh my god, there's so many people that have so many cool things I should watch. Oh no, there's so many people have so many cool things for me to watch.
Every time I have a guest on, every show, that there's always gonna be something that I haven't seen that people are like, oh, James watches, and it was like, oh, yep, I'm gonna add it to the list, but I have so many other things, and I know I'm gonna get more things that people suggest next week, and I try to seek things out when I can, but as we were discussing, it's so difficult because there's so much stuff, and fortunately, there's so much good stuff that it ends up becoming just like you have to be a bit more cutthroat about the things that you do when you don't watch, because I have no problem dropping a series. I'll usually do the classic 3-episode test. If after one episode it's just really not to my taste, I'll drop it right away. But I'm the type that will start a lot of shows and just be very aggressive in dropping things.
Yeah, no, I respect that. I'm less so about that. I kind of try and know what I'm getting into first. I rarely like trial something out. I'm like, okay, yeah, I really want to watch this. I need to be in the zone for it, and then complete the actual series. But yeah, I've been trying to do more watch-alongs and everything, and that's been really good. I was trying to think of like, what can I rot your brain with to suggest something for you to watch? And then my brain instantly went to like, if I was going to properly suggest something for you to watch as like the one thing I always try and suggest to anybody in my community to watch. And if it's the jetpack, I feel like you already know what I'm about to say. But if you haven't, you should definitely watch this series called Nirvana the Band, the show. It is my favorite TV series.
Nirvana the Band, the show.
You don't have to watch season 2. Just season 1. Season 1 of Nirvana the Band, the show it's if you like any media, if you like, she's an NPC, shut up, chat. If you like any, she finally got to it, they knew it. If you like any video games or movies or anything like that, you just need to watch Nirvana the Band show. I don't want to spoil it. It's so good. It's so good. We've been waiting for it. It's a little bit like take Eric Andre's show if it was less intense, like, you know, messing with people in real life. You don't know what's real, you don't know what's fake. A little bit Sacha Cohen Baron, but then it's also really well scripted, really funny, witty. Oh, it's great. It's really great.
I'm looking up just the basic synopsis, and initially I was saying, all right, so is this a documentary about Nirvana, the band?
No.
And it is according to Google, Canadian mockumentary television series based on the web series Nirvana the Band, the show.
Yep.
And
they were making like YouTube web skit comments before YouTube existed, and had their own website where they were putting these skits out, and they're still like really, they're so good. The greatest dude. There's just something. Matt Johnson, I think, is probably one of the funniest comedians ever, and a really great director. Every interview with him I watch, it inspires me to try and make more
Well, this isn't
interesting,
so
cool stuff.
bad that it's 16 episodes
Mm.
spread across 2 seasons, so that's 16 episodes in its entirety, and they're 22-minute episodes.
Yeah,
That's
you can
not
watch them
bad
while
at
eating food.
all.
And you don't have to watch
And if
season
it's
2. I think
only the
season
first
2
8,
only if you like season 1, but season 1 is probably will like season 1. Season 1's incredible.
okay, I could do that. That's not a ton.
It's really good. I just watch episode 1. Just watch episode 1. I feel like you don't even need you will if you don't like episode 1, it's fine. You will never like the series. But if you're not like I have forced too many people. I feel like I don't know a lot of people, and that's saying something. But if I meet a person, I'm like, hey, you need to sit down and watch episode 1 of Nirvana the Band, the show, and then you'll understand who I am as a person.
I feel like you should have told me this earlier, because then I
I
could have
forgot
just
about
watched
it.
this before.
I forgot about it. You did mention things you like. I don't know how I forgot to mention Nirvana the Band, the show. I adore it. I adore that series. I adore those guys. I really, really do.
Okay, I will
there's
watch
certain
at least,
people
like,
that inspire me.
I mean this in all seriousness. I will watch the first episode of this show,
Please.
because at the
really
very least,
good.
22 minutes I can do, and it sounds like it's one of those, it's very upfront about what it is, and that,
Yes.
if I like that first 22 minutes, that
Yes.
will be representative of what
Yes.
is to come.
Yes, that's like why I try and at least try and push people. And I don't want to be one of those people who's like, oh, you have to watch, you're gonna love it, because I always find like if you say all those words, it turns people off, and then they go like, oh well, I'm gonna find reasons to not like
Yeah,
it.
and that it
also
can end up being overhyped or
overhyped.
something.
Yeah, I don't want to overhype it or anything like that. The guys that make it are really relaxed. They're very much themselves. They have their own sense of humor that I really merge with, that I really enjoy. I've watched season 1 like maybe 3 or 4 times. It's a comfort show to me. I come back to it. It always makes me laugh. I always find one thing I like about the series a lot personally, and why I have rewatched it so many times, is because it's mockumentary. What you don't know is what's real. You don't know what's scripted and what's faked. Every time I rewatch the series, I notice something new, something I missed, something that was hidden in the background, a prop item that was like a reference to something that happens later, or a cut where maybe a character's hair is long or a t-shirt's different or something like that. And I was like, oh my god, they filmed that on different days. There's a lot of little things that I've picked up while watching the series, of kind of trying to piece the puzzles together of how they made things in the series work, like how a lot of the things they did were even achievable. And the two creators, Matt Johnson and Jay McCarroll, are very, very, very private and reserved about trying to let the audience know what's real and what's not, because they don't want to give away the illusion. They don't want to take the curtain away from Oz, so to speak. So I try and spend a lot of my time trying to piece together the puzzles in my own brain of like, I think I know how they did that. It's like a puzzle game to me. It's very good. Anyway, now I'm just rambling about Nirvana the Band, the show.
No. And you mentioned that you like not having all the answers in your media. You like things being open to interpretation. So as you were saying this about Nirvana the Band, the show, we're getting that consistency here.
Yeah, I guess that crosses over. That does relate. It's because I like a lot of things where there isn't. It's mostly confusing, and I don't have all the answers. And I think Nirvana the band works on that level. Definitely, it works on that level where you don't have all the answers, but it's still very entertaining. And the best part about it is you don't need to be looking to find out how they made some of these skits happen. You can just enjoy them at face value and be like, I think this is in season 2. I'm not sure if it's in season 1, but for context, there's a episode of the series where they go to the Cannes Film Festival. And if you don't know anything about the director, or you don't know anything about the people who are making this this TV series, you would be like, how the fuck did these two dweebs go to Cannes Film Festival? And they're filming there, and they're actually in the studio, and they're playing their movie that their characters made on the screen. You're like, how the hell are they doing this? This is crazy. There's sequences of Matt Johnson's character being on TV, being interviewed. You're like, how are these two idiots being interviewed at Cannes Film Festival? They're talking to genuine celebrities that you're familiar with, because they don't let up that they actually are movie makers, and they actually had a movie that was at Cannes Film Festival, and they went to the film festival for their film that's not the TV series, and then just recorded them going to the
While
film
they
festival for their
happened to
movie
be there, that they went with a
there
double
for
agenda.
exactly, with a double agenda to make this episode of the show, and it's so well done. And it's brilliant, and they pull it off so well, and they're talking to people that they're just friends with, being like, you know, creatives in Canada, and you're thinking as the audience, how do they know these people?
Yeah,
And
and meanwhile, that must have been really fun for not only them, but for their friends of like, hey,
yeah,
you know, we're
pretend
we're,
we're
we're doing this thing that, yeah, we're here for this other movie, but we're working
yeah,
on our next project, and it's a
yeah,
mockumentary. Want to be in on a scene, and you know,
yeah,
just film with
exactly.
us. Set aside 15 minutes. We all know that everyone's going to be here for the film festival anyways. You know, just find
Yeah,
a slot in your schedule. We'll make it work, and we'll have the cameras ready, and we'll do a thing for 15 minutes.
they
And
really
then they get to
so good. They
another thing
really
of
are like the
business
only guys
expense.
who doing. Yeah, business expense. You get tax right off that. No, I mean, like, I think they really the only they're one of the few directors or creators that I've at the moment recently still really keeping alive the spirit of guerrilla filmmaking in a super excited way that I don't know. It makes me really giddy. When I got into movies and got into music and everything like that, specifically into movies, I really got hyperfixated and interested into the history of cinema in Australia and the history of making movies, cult movies, B movies. I really like a lot of old 80s B action movies, and there's a lot there when it comes to like a guerrilla creativity that super excites me. There's something about doing something awesome on a shoestring budget that I'm attracted to for sure. Anyway, yeah.
Are there any other examples of just productions that are done, like you're saying, on that shoestring budget, or that are filming in unorthodox circumstances that really
Well,
stand out to you?
there's a whole history of Ozploitation, which is like exploitation cinema but filmed in Australia. And you mean you said you liked Tarantino? Tarantino, some of his favorite movies of all times are Ozploitation films. Like it's what Mad Max was born of. Mad Max is probably the most successful Ozploitation, but there was a whole genre of these movies being made in the late 70s, early 80s in Australia because filming restrictions and filming laws in Australia were null. There was virtually none that existed. And so they're going out into the bush with these cars and riding them through the red desert and exploding the doors off them and running them off of cliff faces and having half naked ladies being chased by like horror rabid pigs and stuff in the middle of the Australian desert. And they're just getting away with this and making these stupid movies that are brilliant, ridiculous products that could have only ever been made in Australia in the 80s because after that,
in a place where there was just an utter lack of restrictions.
yeah, there was no restrictions. People were dying on set. People were having like arms blown off and stuff. Like there is a genuine horror stories, and there's a reason why there's now a lot more restrictions there. But it's also in some way, and I've always joked about talking about it on streams, but I won't get into it here because I feel like it's like it's a bottomless pit of a conversation. But the Australian film industry as a whole, I got the opportunity to talk to a lot of people working in the industry as part of a massive project where there's the whole thing. Anyway, and talking to old guard people who are part of the industry, it's kind of it's a little bit of a bittersweet conversation you have with a lot of them because as a whole, Australian doesn't have a film industry anymore, and it used to have one. And if you talk to anybody who is involved in it, they have a lot to say without they're talking too much. They have a lot to say. It's very interesting.
And that I know it's something that doesn't come up a lot on stream, but you have a academic arts background.
yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's not that interesting. I feel like it's kind of stupid and embarrassing. So I don't talk about it much. But yeah, in regards to like, I did a lot of video art studies as well as like fine art painting studies.
I think you're underselling just how interesting those topics can be, Jets.
I don't know if people want me to talk about freaking video artists while I'm in the middle of playing Metal Gear. I don't think that's what the people want.
Well, fine, maybe not in the middle of Metal Gear, but, you know, if there's certain cinematography in the game that is related to something that you've learned about cinematography, or, hell, just I feel like you're one of the folks that could do just a deep dive stream of, say, all right, folks, for today, we're going to be doing the brain rot on this, and we're going to, that you can go really in depth in the history of the Australian film industry of just, these are very niche topics, but at the same time, it's like going on YouTube and finding that 2-hour documentary on a niche topic that you didn't necessarily look for, but now it's the added benefit of, all right, if you are in the jetpack, that this is like that, but better.
Yeah, I guess, but I always have this personal, maybe it's a personal insecurity or personal anxiety of I don't want to be that dude at the party, the meme of the guy like yelling in that girl's ear of like, oh, this thing, and she looks so bored and like uninterested.
Well, that's why I say
I don't want
don't do that necessarily during your Metal Gear Solid stream, but that if you are having it's one thing to go to a random party and go crazy deep dive on a topic like that. But if you say, I'm throwing a party for this, that's different. People walk in with the expectation there.
That's true. That's true. There's also even at like those things where like I have talked about on the past. I do really worry. I don't want to ever talk about like media topics and come across as pretentious or preachy or I know better or all these kinds of things or I'm so much better because I freaking know what the fuck a chiaroscuro
there's a big difference between,
because I don't think that's true. I think like a lot of everyone should be entitled to like their own opinion of art, absolutely. And I don't want to, I don't know, okay, to put in context, I used to fucking love those video essays about movies on YouTube. I used to love them so much. I used to watch them religiously. I used to watch hours and hours and hours of movie breakdowns, music breakdowns, video game essay breakdowns, all that kind of stuff. But then I started watching more movies, and then I started watching lots and lots of movies, and then I realized, actually, I don't give a fucking shit what John Smith from Texas has to say about Quentin Tarantino. Good for him. Like, I realized that like it was just people like being being a little bit too overconfident that they writing these essays about movies, and a lot of them really lacked a lot of substance beyond like very, very surface level observations about the media. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I can understand not wanting to.
And I don't want to be John Smith just like telling people
want to
what
be that
I
pretentious
feel about.
But I think that just from a purely academic standpoint, that there's some really interesting, that it's not even commentary, that is knowledge of, here is the history and like here's the historical presentation of, the history of the Australian film industry. And that you're not then making the huge personal commentary on a particular director or necessarily even the progression of the history, that you are presenting this niche knowledge that you have.
Maybe I'm just like unconfident about my niche knowledge, or not. I just don't think it's that impressive, or and yeah, I don't know. I
don't know. Do what you enjoy. That if it's something you don't think you would enjoy, don't do it. That the worst type of content, in my opinion, that anyone can do is content that they aren't having fun doing. But the thing that I generally am encouraging of to others is don't undersell yourself as an entertainer, and don't underestimate people's willingness to watch you for you. And I think the jetpack would probably watch you for you on most things, and that if those topics are ones that you've been thinking, oh, I'd love to do a stream like that, to let yourself do that. But if it's also, but if it's the type of thing of you look at it and say, oh, I just don't think I'd be able to do this in a way that I would have fun, then don't.
I would like to. I just think there's like it's a I don't know. I think I get I get more as I get older. I feel like my opinions and stuff have less value, and I'm not even trying to be like, oh, what I say doesn't matter. I just think as I get older, I'm less I don't know, self-righteous in what I view about media. I don't think what I have to say is any more important than what anyone else has to say, and I deserve to have a platform to be like, "Oh, this is the best, Kubrick film." I don't know. Watch them yourself and find out what you like. I just don't want to. I don't want to come across like I think I'm better than
I think the difference
anything.
is not presenting it as this is the best Kubrick film and this is why, as this is my favorite Kubrick film and this is why.
I guess so. I guess that's true.
But
I guess
yeah,
that's true.
but again, for you to decide. I like putting ideas in people's heads and then letting them run with them in the way that they enjoy.
Yeah, I think it's something we should acknowledge the value of others' opinions by still maintaining your own. Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I talk about things I love on stream all the time. I think I think I just don't want to cross into the branch of dedicating a whole stream to just like, oh, come here and listen to my opinions about things.
Fair, and I can
Yeah,
understand drawing the line at certain points, and
yeah,
like I said, wherever you think you'd have fun. Um,
yeah.
Winding back for a second of
Mm,
the concept of not having all the answers. Do you have any
mm.
favorite pieces of media that you just point out and say, I love the way they didn't tell us something?
The Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks, and this is perfectly ties in because there's a one fucking stupid video essay on YouTube which is like, this is what Twin Peaks means, and I've seen the thumbnail. I even clicked on it to start watching it. I was like, and I exited out the video as quick as I clicked into it because I was like, screw you, I don't care what you think Twin Peaks means. Like, it's like a 5 hour long video about someone being like, I
Oh
know
my goodness,
unequivocally
that's
what
longer
Twin
than the
Peaks
movie
means.
now.
Yeah, it's like, I know officially I watched this and I worked it all out. I was like, good for you, buddy. I don't care. Like, I don't want to know what it means. I don't need to know what it means to enjoy it. I find the enjoyment of it in the little small things that mean something to me about the series, and that doesn't mean I need to understand every single part of it, because the parts that I do understand are the parts that emotionally resonate with me, and that's really important. Yeah, if that makes that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I would rather I think I'd rather sit in a room with people and openly discuss what we all like about something together as a group, rather than me as the streamer, the bonga streamer with the lack of intelligence that I have as a person, sit there and try and explain why something is like great or this or that.
That's fair.
And yeah, I think I'd rather like get into Discord with the community and like chat in like a group about why we all
Mm,
like something and get excited together about something. And I feel like you can do that with video games and with all those kinds of stuff. But if I'm like, hey, I really like fucking Manet the artist, it's not it's not often a natural, it's like not really able to, no, you can't translate that conversational enthusiasm, unfortunately, organically in Twitch chat. I really
that's
do
fair. That's definitely
sometimes find
fair.
that's like a sad thing, that you can't properly translate the open discussion environment in Twitch chat, because it's like a small box of text, and I don't want to ever say like, oh, this artist is bad, and then someone likes it for a reason, and it's like, that would be a shame for me to bring that negative opinion of
Yeah.
that artwork into like a space where a lot of people are trying to enjoy a thing.
Yeah, that's very fair. And that anytime I make commentary on media, that I always make it with the just the preface of, I do not enjoy or I do enjoy versus thing is good or thing is bad. Because in that same vein of, I I am not conceited or pretentious enough to think that I have a definitive
Yeah.
analysis that nobody else has had before, or a reason why a piece of media is inherently good or inherently bad. That I can point to a thing and say, I did not enjoy the thing for this reason, and because I felt that this part of the story devolved into this, and as I watched it, that is the way that I interpreted it,
Mm.
and the way that it hit my taste as a viewer. But
Yeah,
that is
exactly.
different from saying this thing is definitively the best ever or the worst ever.
Yeah, I think also like I think my reason why I feel awkward about talking about weird stuff like art and movie theory and stuff on stream is because like it's personal stuff of being told outright to your face that like you're difficult and pretentious and annoying, and then they're just like, no, I don't want to put myself in the, and I think I will stop being vulnerable with my opinions, actually. I think I'm gonna kindly shut the fuck up. So yeah, it's probably we are becoming more to terms, but maybe for some fucking reason the jetpack want to hear what I say and I still don't kind of understand why, and I'd rather just make a dumb joke like, what's the deal with aeroplane food, and everyone to put lols in the chat, rather than me being like, oh, this is the reason why I really like this movie and why and now I'm hating just hearing myself say things like, oh, this is the reason why 2001 The Space Odyssey, it makes me want to freaking ring myself like just Bart Simpson's my neck, like I don't know. It's like,
That's
do you hear
understandable.
yourself right now? But yeah, like on the flip end, though, I do tend to like hearing other people get excited about this stuff. And like Prey Party said, it's harder for chat to rebound, but it's really good and fun to try. And some of my best times on stream have been having like that feeling of chat rebounding and sharing their opinions and enjoying what they like and having a conversation about it. It's been really rewarding for me.
Yeah.
Specifically, if I like playing older games, retro games, weirder games, games that people haven't heard before, because I feel like everybody can bring something new to the table because everyone's experiencing it for the first time, and laugh and joke about how cool and fun it is.
Were there any experiences that really stick out to you of those types of games, of just, something really old and niche? You mentioned Chex Quest, and this, if memory serves, this is a game that was packaged in with the cereal Chex.
Yes.
For whatever promotional purposes, just to have on the bucket and like, free game inside, buy our cereal.
I remember the deep conversation Jets and chat had about Penguin Adventure. Yeah, that was really great. Like, yeah, we played Penguin Adventure. I mean, we don't actually have Chex really in Australia. I played it really because I played Doom and I was like, oh my god, this is funny, we should play it. And it was really fun. Like, it was like hearing those sounds of the ooze creatures. And I think one of the ones that really stood out was playing Star Trek Judgment Rights. It was this crusty old Star Trek point-and-click adventure game. And no one had played it before. I'd never played it before. Maybe one or two people in chat remembered playing it as a kid, and we had to use a walkthrough just to get through it. But it was so, I don't know, there's something so charming about everybody in chat being in the dark about what the hell you're about to get into, that I really enjoy it.
Yeah,
and he's doing the composer of Chex Quest or for just going too hard. Oh my god, yeah, the Chex Quest composer, the music in Chex Quest is great, and we joked about maybe interviewing the composer, and I still have been trying to work out maybe the courage to get to reach out to the composer of that game, maybe talk to them.
But you know who they are. That then you found the credits. So
yeah, like just like a dude has just like a Twitter, and like I was like, maybe I should just slide into the DMs of the Chex Quest composer and be like, hey dude, your stuff is awesome. Can we have you on the stream?
Have they done anything of note since Chex Quest?
I don't think so. I think they maybe did some small music stuff. Can't believe she got all these new tracks, but season 2 hasn't got tracks from the Chex Quest guy. I should reach out to get a BGM from the Chex Quest guy. That'd be fucking sick.
Oh my gosh, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be so cool. Yeah, I think it's those games, yeah, Chex Quest and the Star Trek Judgment Rights, even the Blade Runner 1980s point-and-click adventure game. Those are really, really fun. I do want to play more obtruse kind of weird games. Obtuse, yeah, obtuse weird games, because they lend themselves to this whole feeling of, yeah, you and everybody in the community are exploring something surreal and bizarre from old tech for the first time together. And everyone's in on the first time experience. And I really like that a lot.
The thing that I always imagine and ask whenever I either experience or watch or even just find out about things like, that type of media of what was the meeting where this got greenlit? What was the meeting where they said, okay, this is the final product and this is fit to be shipped? Who was the first person
we watched the documentary, I think, for the making of Chex Quest on stream.
There's a documentary?
Yeah, it's like a mini documentary
That's
because they remastered
incredible.
it or something like that, and it's on YouTube. It's just like a passion project, a fan project. There's a cult audience for the Chex Quest series. There's 3 parts to it and a new game. It's very interesting, very exciting. I think that's what we found out who the composer was because he was on the documentary.
Okay,
Um,
so that also means that you know that they're open to interviews.
yeah, I don't know if I'm the person who should interview him, but it is in the back of my head that one day that would be really cool. I think I'd embarrass myself a little bit too much, but in my heart of hearts, it could be a cool
Maybe make it a
opportunity.
donathon goal or something that,
No, no,
for
no, no, no. Oh, no, I'll just find the confidence in my heart one day to do it of my own volition. That would be if it feels right. If I have the motivation one day, I'll reach out to Mr. Chex Quest.
if
It's
you
made
ever
by a
do, let
literal
me know because I
teenager.
would tune
Yeah,
into that stream.
hell yeah, I will do. It's just like the Doom music was made by a literal teenager. So there's a lot of interesting stories about that in movie in video games.
There's a lot of early game music that was written either by teenagers or just people that didn't know what they were doing, that especially in the early days, that it was literally going to be the first time for a lot of these things, and that it's cool to think about how many historical recognizable tunes were written on not necessarily a shoestring budget, but shoestring capabilities of,
Yeah,
the NES was capable of creating 3 tones at the same time. And so Koji Kondo, when he was doing stuff for Legend of Zelda and Super Mario Brothers, had to make do. And the writing of these simple melodies that have now become ingrained in gaming culture and expanded upon, and that you still hear those same melodies used in the new Super Mario Brothers movie or in the games, and that they're now built out into these very lush orchestral arrangements, but from those same melodies, and just
yeah.
people not necessarily realizing what they are making as they are making it, and the significance of releasing these very small and simple things that will then go on to define a generation.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like also what they were working with at the time, and we watch a lot of Computer Chronicles on stream, which is the history of old tech, like Computer Chronicles from the 80s, and they have a full episode which is on like MIDI production on the desktop home PC and old music production. Very interesting. It's very cool. I do like a lot of old synth production. We've watched a bunch of weird little YouTube breakdowns on that kind of tech. Very, very cool.
Mm, a specialist at 290 that there's a blog newsletter about how many of those early games were just done by amateurs making it up as they go along. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I feel like VTubing's a little bit like that. Amateurs just making up as they go along.
Yeah, that's content creation, because content creation as we know it has existed for decade and a half, maybe.
Mm, mm.
That obviously, creating content, creating media has existed for a very, very long time. That the
Yeah.
roots of content creation as we know it in the modern sense has its roots in entertainment, of just, filmmaking and branding. But
Mm,
there's so many unique things about it. And that goes for VTubing as well. Of what makes
yeah.
VTubing so different is that the sheer tool set of what you have as a VTuber is going to be different from what you have as a face cam streamer tool set. That
Yes.
eh,
Yeah.
you were able to spin around when you got your camera working again, that just fly all around the little cockpit there, that even if a streamer is able to set up a green screen and have the same background as you, they couldn't do that. They wouldn't be
Yeah.
able to just shrink and grow themselves or change their outfit with the click of a button. There's so many things that VTubers are able to do that are going to give rise to a whole new type of content creation, and just all these other options and things that we haven't thought of yet because they haven't been options before.
Yeah, I mean that's the reason why I became a VTuber. It is I think it's incredibly creative. I think it really appeals to the part of my brain that wants to be a e-clown, be a dumb entertainer, but also be creative, make something cool, make something artistic, make a world, make an entity, make a make a place where people can. I do my best to try and I keep on trying more and more, and I'm going to be working towards doing even more so in the future, making the stream feel more like its own little entity, its own little world portal. I now have the whole like Synapse broadcast outro screen. I want to integrate more stuff into the stream that feels like it's part of a universe, a creative project. Have some maybe like website stuff that links back to it and onwards. I think there's a lot of I think VTubing lends itself to opening up creative potential, and that's what's so exciting to me. I am a VTuber purely for the reason of I think this cool. I think technology cool. It's also incredibly science fictiony. It's super science
Yeah.
fictiony, and
Oh,
I love that.
absolutely.
I love that so much about it. Like I like to be a virtual entity and do that stuff. Like a lot of the time it's playing dumb video games and trying to be a bit goofy, which I adore. But where I can and when I have the time to, I try and think of new ideas where I can bring more to the experience that makes it exciting for people. I get really, really inspired when I see members of the community make things inspired by what I do. It makes me motivated. And people make like posters or fan fiction or characters that are inspired by the Synapse world building, or things created from the outfit or the uniform or anything like that. It genuinely is like so humbling and brilliant.
That in your own way, you are creating things that do not have all the answers.
Yeah.
Well, what does Synapse Sync do? Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
They employ jets. That's what's important.
Yeah. That's why I kind of always have kept it that way, because I want the answers to be open-ended, because I think it means that the jetpack members of the community, the dudes in chat, people can then take what they want from it. Like if Jets is a real human girl in your opinion, hell yeah. If there's something more nefarious going on, okay, cool. If there's more layers to this story, okay, that's completely fair too. But because you don't know the answers, so you can assume what you want, that builds I want to keep on expanding on that as I go forwards. I don't believe in Australia. Exactly, X Johnson. Yeah. That's a. So
the only reason that I believe that Australia exists is that the things I hear about Australia, nobody could actually make up.
Yeah. Exactly. The fact that there's anime girls running wild in the streets. No, that's what I like doing, and that's really, really valuable to me. I want to, as I continue making and being a VTuber, if possible, I want to do my best to do more creative things and involve more people with creative projects. That'd make me incredibly happy. Definitely, for sure. Make some things that feel a little bit more eccentric, a little bit more arty. I don't know if that's going to be possible yet, but if I keep working hard, maybe so.
I think you're doing quite well already. So, in addition to all the other retro stuff that we've been talking about, you do also just enjoy physical retro tech.
Yes.
That it doesn't just extend to the media, but actually, the hardware of it all. That type of hardware is becoming increasingly difficult to find. That
Yes.
we've passed that threshold where it used to be, all right, this stuff was easy to come by and cheap because this was mass-produced stuff, and nobody wants it anymore because this is outdated technology. You can find a cassette player or a record player at a yard sale, and it's going to be a couple of bucks because people are just trying to get them out of their houses. You can find them at the dump. You can probably find them at a second-hand store, and maybe they'll cost a couple dollars refurbished, and that's fine. It's not going to be difficult. But we have turned that corner, crossed that threshold to where there's a lot of these types of, accessories, peripherals, technology that are now just the dwindling population, or the dwindling supply of them is now making their price go up. That it was a big thing, I know, in the Smash Brothers community that for a while playing on a CRT TV, if you were playing Smash Brothers, was considered vital because those folks can detect even like a frame of lag, and that CRT TVs were able to have the most seamless input. But now it is no longer, all right, we're able to get these, and that, yeah, maybe you have to go out of your way to find a CRT, but it's not going to be a big expense or anything. To CRTs are expensive
Yes.
because the number that are still floating around and functional is very low, and people are not
Yeah.
making them. And we see in
Yes.
some cases the reproduction of old technology where record players are now being actively produced now, but it's as sort of an upscale item that if you have a record player in your house, that it's going to be something fancy, and that
Mm.
vinyls are considered the premium. They are the special editions
Yeah.
of music that is released nowadays, that we've, fully whipped around this. And for you as someone who enjoys this type of tech, uh, how do you have any fun stories of where you've gotten ones either very easily or very difficult? And are there any strategies, I suppose, that you've found or struggles that you have therein?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think like I've mentioned these stories before. And it's, I feel like I hope it's like a broken record to people. um, yes, well, I have three CRTs. The first one I got because I wanted a CRT and I went hunting on a thing called Gumtree in Australia. And I was like, a lot of these CRTs are being posted by the exact same person. This dude has got like a lot of CRTs. That's kind of crazy. Wait a second. What's going on here? So I like DM'd the guy on Gumtree and I was like, hey, dude, do you have like a CRTs? He's like, yeah, I got a bunch of them. I'll come check them out. I was like, okay, cool. So I went with my friend who my one good friend who chat's heard about before. She's a legend. Went with her in her car all the way out quite far away from the facility, um, to go to this guy with the CRTs. And would tell you I didn't think wizards existed until I met this man. I mean it. Like this guy, longest beard, massive pot belly, had like the high vis jacket on. He was like a trainee wizard. He comes out, he's got like a skull and crossbones on his t-shirt. He's like, yeah, for CRTs. I'm like, yeah. Oh, she's in there. Opens this shipping crate, which is wall to wall, full with just so many CRTs. I'd never seen so many CRTs in one place. He's like, yeah, I've just been picking them up off of the road. So in Australia, we have hard rubbish collection where if you want something old, you send it to hard rubbish. That's why there's no old tech in Australia, because Australians don't hoard that. We don't have attics, we don't have basements, you can't have places to put them. So people send them to hard rubbish. So all these CRTs just get sent to hard rubbish. This guy had been driving around suburbia, picking up, saving these CRTs off the side of the road, and then just leaving them in this crate to rot. And he's just been like, yeah, I got a bunch of them, and so many of them were untested or broken or not working. But we grabbed them, and one of the ones I had, he literally hot wired it in front of me. He put the plug in, the plug was missing. He took the fucking back of it. You're not meant to do that. You watch any video on YouTube of them like fixing the inside of a CRT, they go, don't do this. Warning, do not try this at home. You will die. It can have residue of electricity in it. He's just like opening the guts up, pulling it up. He knew what he was doing. He was Mr. Wizard of CRT. So I got two. In Australia, we also have a problem of like 50 versus 60 hertz. We don't have as many 60 hertz compatible screens. We don't have a lot of things that are compatible with American and Japanese systems. It really sucks. We got kind of screwed when it comes to CRTs. And you can't just import them, because shipping to Australia sucks. Imagine trying to ship a goddamn CRT and it get here in one piece. You have to find it locally, which you can't anymore. So I met this wizard. I got two CRTs. One of them really doesn't work. One of them does work really properly, and I was planning to use these ones for my CRT setup on stream. However, I got a third one. The third one was also an interesting story. I think I got all my CRTs with interesting stories. The first one was Wizard Man. I posted photos.
For Wizard Man, before we move on to the
Yeah.
third CRT, do you know why he started collecting these? Was it something of, I think they'll be valuable later, or I have a fascination with them and maybe I'll start repairing them, and that he just started hoarding even if he
I think it was
didn't
that
get
one.
around to it? Or
Yeah, I think it was that one. I think he was like classic old Aussie geezer. He's like, oh, you're like tinkering. Oh yeah, I'll grab me some on the side of the road. I'll repair or sell them. And then I think he realized that they were getting more valuable, so he just kept on finding them and and selling them as they've been getting more and more
at this
valuable.
point, it's a valid business model of, you
Yes.
hear about these types of folks that make their living going to yard sales and estate sales and things like that, and that they are pseudo appraisers where they have the knowledge of, all right, these are the types of things that are valuable, whether it's that, they sell well because there's a collector's value to this type of lamp with
Hmm.
this type of finish from the 70s
Yeah.
and 80s, or that there's a
I do
prolific
love that
guy
like
who
retro.
knew which like
Mm.
coffee mugs would sell well and would buy a box for $2, and if you sell uh, a mug for $3 here and $8 there, and that it adds up, and you're able to make a living off of just doing that. Uh, and that now has become a business thing. But it sounds like this guy was not, at least initially, intending it to be a business model and may have fallen into it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly. I think you're completely right with that. It did not come across as like he was trying to sculpt the prices. I think he just had a bunch of them. He's been probably slowly trying to repair them and sell them off. So I got those two from him. Pretty cool dude. Second one, and I do have been meaning to maybe go back and get another one, but I know it's becoming a problem, so I probably shouldn't do that. I shouldn't get like four CRTs. I don't have a use for four CRTs. I'm not like two of them aren't even currently plugged in. I just kind of have. I just kind of start wanting to, because my worry is if I don't get them now, I'm never going to get them in the future because they're becoming so rare. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. I got my third one by accident, really. So at it was the end of my mech studies. I think it was actually my last day at mech studies. I had to do an extra course to get some final like 10 credits or something. It was my final day, and it was a like public art mech art course. Um, and uh, and one of the teachers who was like co-assisting it is the coolest dude ever. This professor. He's very eccentric, and was one of those eccentric people that hoards old tech, which are always the coolest people. And he was very passionate about stuff that I was doing at Mech Studies, really motivating. And so like I always ended up talking to him about weird things. Like at one point we started having conversations about like geckos and like Franken the cloaking devices on digital media. And so, anyway, it was like a whole weird conversation. It was great talking about like Facebook pages. I think he has a little bit of a tinfoil hat. He's a little bit of one of those guys who's probably a little bit tinfoil hatty, but still
Uh,
very cool. Still very cool dude. Anyway, I was chatting and talking about stuff, and he was like, "Oh, you're gonna do it out the mecha studies?" I was like, "I'm definitely not gonna be an anime girl on the internet." um, uh, and he's like, "Oh, do you want? You keep talking about how you're collecting those CRTs because you're doing those CRT stuff. Do you want a CRT?" I was like, "What?" It's like to like he's like I was like to test with to test like with. He's like, "No, come over here." This beautiful PAL system. He's like, "Oh yeah, it's pretty good. It's like an old. I think PMV is the right word for it. Like old test screen." And he's like, "Oh yeah, you can use it for it's like a test unit, like a test system." I was like, "Oh yeah. And then I'll have to give it back." He's like, "Well, I mean, you never get like an email from the Mech University. Who knows where you went? It would be a shame if
oh, so
nobody
this
reached
was not
out to me."
his. This is not
it,
his property.
it,
This
it was
is
his. It
this
is
is the
his.
mech school's property.
No, it was his. He's the kind of person, one of those professors that like hoards stuff and brings it in for other students to use.
Ah, okay.
But
No,
it's
the way you were phrasing it, I was
like,
like, wait, is he telling you to just take this thing from the school?
I think it was, yeah, it fell off the back of a truck kind of thing. I think it was a little bit more like it's his, but it was kind of he'd put it in the collection to be used by other students. And I was kind of like, but this is yours. Is it okay if I take it? And he was like, nah, if I don't email you about it. And I think his word is like, if I forget to ever email you about it, don't worry. I think is what he said. Like if I accidentally forget to never get this back from you, don't worry about it. So now I have a third one from some guy who's definitely into QAnon stuff. Probably not. I'm being hyperbolic, but he definitely is a little bit of a tinfoil hat dude. Very curious character. One of my favorite professors I got to meet at the time when I was in mech studies. But yeah, that's the third one. The way you get CRTs is either you meet wizards or some crazy guy in a tinfoil hat gives you one for free.
Sounds right to me.
That's the only way you get CRTs in this day and age.
Imagine getting an email tomorrow. Hey, I need that back.
Yeah, never.
Was there a statute of limitations on this?
Lost my email. Lose my email.
And you mentioned that the goal eventually is to, hook up a video card and be able to actually just stream from gameplay on the CRT, which I know has been done before. There's a few people that do it, but it is extra steps involved because this is going to be, changing, I don't know the full tech behind it, but I assume there's like, changing signals of just whatever it is in CRT to be something that is then gonna actually go through the video card and into the computer, because the technology that will connect your computer to that machine did not exist when the CRT was
Yeah.
made. So you're gonna need an in-between somehow.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. I basically have the system running perfectly. My largest problem at the moment is finding a camera to record it, because recording CRT screens is its own science. There's a lot of numbers involved, and I'm bad with numbers. But unfortunately, I have people and members of the community who are a lot more savvy than I am. So I'm very, very lucky to have like the tech channel in the Discord, where a lot of jetpacks can give me a good insight on like little questions I have and answers. I have got a camera. I now need to get a new lens for the camera and a polarizing filter, and I needed to get a new different HDMI splitter because every camera has a different HDMI thing. A lot of this is really like, it's possible. It's not even that difficult as like a base level. It's not at its fundamental level. It's not that difficult. What is more difficult is there's not a lot of clear guidelines. And you are constantly having to find little things and change little things to get the system working. Okay, I have to trust this adapter I'm buying off of Amazon is actually going to be working and not a dud. Like I think I bought 3 different adapters and only one of them works properly. And then
That's
you
the
have
worst.
you have, because they're just like weird, like flimsy pieces of plastic that run a certain current where you want it to go, and it's not gonna always be, a proper sale. And then just a lot of small things, slightly the beaten path tech experts. Exactly. You have to do a lot of the research yourself. Yes, you hate when that happens. I know, right? A lot of it is self-research. A lot of it's trial and error. A lot of it depends on your own system. A lot of CRTs have different kinds of outputs and shutter speeds and things that they want to work with. 60 hertz is different from 50 hertz, and like my PAL unit has different inputs because it's an old like studio TV. So it can't really be a one-off guide of how to do it perfectly. And it comes down to playing around, which I won't complain about because I like the trial and error. I like the ability to mess with it and get it to work eventually. It's very rewarding. I like taking tech apart and putting it back together again. That's something that's very fun for me. So I'm the whole process has been enjoyable. Even if I haven't got it up and running just yet, it will hopefully be soon. Just have to buy a freaking new camera lens and a
So
bunch of small things.
if you need a camera lens, maybe I misunderstood. I was thinking that it was going to be, you get a certain sequence of adapters and that, it then eventually is able to be readable by the video card. But if you're actually getting a camera and a lens, so you are setting up,
Yes.
this is not going through a conventional video card. You are going to be recording it by having just a camera pointed at the screen and then feeding that video feed into OBS.
Yes.
So is
So
there
the
just
camera is the
no
thing that
sequence of adapters that can get from the TV to the computer itself?
Well, the thing is, I'm actually setting it from the computer to the TV. So the TV, my CRT is currently set up as a third monitor. So I
Oh,
can play. I
that's
can put
right. It's the
YouTube
other way
videos on it.
around.
Yeah, I can put YouTube videos on that right now. I can just play whatever. We can watch like the Numa guy. I don't know, whatever. Like on the you can watch camera dancing on the CRT. But the thing is, the reason why I want to do a CRT setup is CRT output is its own unique thing. The way that the cathode ray tube produces light and makes color and makes the image is what is so fascinating to me. It is so interesting that there's a giant fucking laser in that beast of a machine that's probably rotting my brain. But that's okay. I've already ate asbestos. Okay, at this point, it's just extra seasoning.
Yeah.
That's what I really like. It's for the aesthetic. Hell yeah, it's for the aesthetic.
Do you
I've
know,
also got a
once you
CD
have it
retro
up and
game
running,
on the CRT.
once you have it up and running, do you know what the first thing you want to watch or play on it is?
Yes, I will be playing the Serial Experiments Lane video game.
I didn't know there was a Serial Experiments Lane video game. I'm not entirely surprised, but what system was this for?
I don't even know. I've still yet to properly look into it. I think this only recently been a Japanese to English translation. So there's a recreation of the game online. Yeah, I thought so. There's something to do. Some people have been like recreating it or making it adapted into English recently, so I have to look more into it. But that is on the list, and I will work out how to play that on on the CRT. As long as I can get it up and running, even if it's via microwave, which is emulation via microwave system, I can probably get it working on the CRT. As long as there's a window, as long as there's a window for me to capture in a third monitor, I can make it work. Just search
Mm,
a lane game on Google and it'll come up huge recommended in all browsers. Hell yeah, thank you Waffle Buffo. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Because of course that's perfect. It's perfect to play the lane game on the CRT. That's ideal.
yeah, that does feel
Uh, it feels
very,
right.
yeah, very flavorful, very
Yeah.
appropriate.
And I do have a couple other things I have in the works and projects and stuff that I hopefully want to have line up with the CRT. So the CRT project is taking a while, as well as it's being pushed back, so I can hopefully debut something else in tandem with it, ideally.
Ooh, exciting.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh, so we touched on it briefly and then wound up on a million other things. But
yeah,
so you have a background in fine art and color theory. And
yeah.
obviously, it's not something that you necessarily use every day. I'm not going to ask you to go too deep into all that, but I am curious, what drew you to fine art and color theory in the first place?
I gave me excuse to like to move states. No,
That's
um,
fair.
no, it's the only thing I'm good at. No, no, I think we've established that I did art a lot as a young child, and so there was one thing I always was consistent with things that I did was art. And I think if I was going to go to, I wasn't even sure if I was going to go to university mech studies, but if I was going to go to university mech studies for anything, it would have either been for fine art or it would have been for acting. Because for ages I thought that was something I was going to do, and I realized no fucking way is that something I'm going to do. I just realized that I probably won't be able to be an actor. I think I just had that realization. So if it helps Jets paints countries in EU, exactly. I'm putting my bachelor of fine arts to use. I I was like, oh, I had this moment. I'm very I realized I need to do something at this point. At the end of, I'd finished mech high school, and I was working a really really horrible job, and I didn't really know anybody, and spent all day on the computer. It was very, yeah, that's all I did. And so I realized, oh fuck, I'm gonna save up. I didn't spend like all my money for my horrible job for like 2 years, and I realized I need to I'm going to either leave this place I am in and go study somewhere, because that's a great excuse to leave, or I'm going to go travel somewhere, either Europe or Japan. And so I saved up as much money as I could and applied to a mech study school that I liked the look of. And it was like, if I got in, I'll just do that. And if I don't get in, I'll just travel. And I got in. And I was like, great, cool. Now time to be a break student for the next 4 years, which is what I did. That's what I did. Because in Australia, I think not a lot of people know, in Australia, you don't have to be well off to go to university. It is subsidized by the government. You get a specific government HEC debt. You can be broke as a barnacle and still get study and be broke while studying. And I had the government stuff that helps you do that because of where I was from. And so I basically ate cheese toasties and cup noodles and was a painter, which and now I'm an
Hell
anime
yeah.
girl. And so yeah, I really did it mainly because it was a good avenue for me to go somewhere. And I'm the kind of person where I get restless in the same place for too long. So
Mm.
I took it upon myself to just take the few things I owned and went somewhere and lived in horrible share houses and ate cup noodles for 4 years.
Well, there is the continuity there of, you mentioned that growing up, since you weren't able to, watch a lot of shows, play a lot of games, that you
Mm,
drew a lot. So
yeah,
you already had that baseline experience with art. So it is not
yeah,
too crazy to think, okay, when considering what you might study in higher education, that art wound up being top of mind for you. And
yeah,
even if you are now an anime girl on the internet, I have to believe, like, there has to have been some places where that fine art and color theory came into play, whether it be with your designer, like, figuring out how to do the colors, even for the background, that like, even if you're not necessarily the one making it, that like making requests when doing commissions, that you are probably able
Mm,
to make more detailed requests to artists
mm.
because you know how to talk to an artist because you are one yourself.
Yeah, yeah, I guess that's true. I guess I definitely try my best, at least in some ways, to try and bring some art stuff into stream where I can in a way that makes me happy, for sure, absolutely. And like I did the art for my model, and when I first started streaming, everything I did was 100% self-made. And I think I was fortunate in the fact that I'd done art before that allowed me to be 100% self-made, doing all my overlays or assets, every single thing. And then for ages it was like everything self-made as if I didn't rig the model because I just couldn't wrap my head around rigging no matter how hard
That's a
I tried.
very different set of skills.
Yeah, very different set of skills, and I'm very fortunate to work with an amazing rigger. And slowly, as I've been streaming more and more and had people, support me, I'm able to take the amount of support I get and put it back into stream, and finally able to commission stuff here and there. For so long, it was really hard to justify commissioning stuff because I was like, I can just do it myself. I need to save up this for investing in other bigger things, like saving it up to invest in VR and stuff like that. So I kept on doing everything myself and doing everything on a budget to allow me to get other stuff that will benefit the stream, like upgrading my PC and upgrading and getting tech. That's been the number one thing ever since I started streaming. Was I do everything myself. I do it really cheap and affordable. I do it as much as I can, as best as I can, and then what I get from it, I'll put it back into physical stuff that I can't do myself, like have a PC or get a system or get the the PlayStation 3 from 80 for $80 from Cashies, or like my tablet I got from Cashies for like $60, which was definitely stolen to make the model. It's been like that for since I started, and that's even what it was like being in mech art school. Was you were there at art school with a lot of people who probably had a lot more stuff to help them, and you're like, okay, time to go jump into dumpsters to grab secondhand paintings, or like old go to op shops and buy paintings and paint over them, like those cheap painting canvases you get from like IKEA, that's just like
Yeah.
printed onto canvas board.
Hmm.
99.9% of all the art I made throughout all of mech studies was me going
Because
to
buying those is
secondhand shops.
cheaper than buying a blank
Yeah.
canvas.
Oh, 100%. It is, yeah. You just gesso over it with like a tin of white paint you got from Bunnings, and there you go. You've got a base, and it costs you like $2 compared to going to a proper framers and it costing you like 150. So I think I've learned to be quite savvy in many regards, and I think that's translated into VTubing, of like doing it all on a shoestring budget as best as you can, and hoping that at least being entertaining pushes you forwards.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, for VTuber Talk, I've told you it's all cardboard and duct tape, and that
Yeah.
I have very deliberately made the setup as simple as possible, that this is all a bunch of free assets and, frankly, sloppily done. Just, that I have the text on the bottom of the screen, and
Mm.
it wasn't until a year in that I took the plunge and commissioned a logo. That
Hell yeah.
I have used this gold and white frame since episode 1. This has
Nice.
been it. That just, when I was looking up free assets, and, you know, does it necessarily entirely match with the blue background and the skyline background that I've had since episode 1? Nope. But I figured, all right, what is vital and what is not? And that for a talk show, that as long as the talking is good, everything else can be secondary. And
Mm.
that I wanted to have something that was mildly aesthetically pleasing. I knew
Mm.
I was not going to have anything special, anything really professional and clean looking. But I figured, all right, if I can get people in the door, and, as long as the talk is good, that hopefully people will overlook the backgrounds, and thankfully they have it. And someday I might upgrade it, but what have I upgraded first? I upgraded my computer. That I ran the show off of a laptop for the first year and a
Yeah,
half,
hell
2
yeah. You
years.
got the computer. Let's go.
That's the other reason why it was cardboard and duct tape, because by having just very static overlay and background, and that
I know.
all the computing power is put into actually keeping the stream up and having the two-way conversation with the guest. I can't have any fancy assets.
Yeah, yeah. I, I think at one point I even did stream a couple of my first streams off a laptop, like some really of the early ones. Oh god. Um, yeah. No, that's why I do try and say like, and I think it's not even just with streaming. I think with anything, in with any hobby or anything you like or anything you're passionate about, it's so easy to be like, oh god, I can't do this because of obviously the circumstances you're in, which is sometimes definitely true. But I've always tried my best, no matter what's been going on, because I do think no matter what's been going on in my life, I still think no matter what, I always say I'm very, very, very fortunate just to be a person. And so I think, so I think it's like, um, I, and that's why I think I get inspired by those stories of like guerrilla creativity, movie making, of people doing things within restrictions on a budget when they can, however they can, recording it because that's what they want to do. Um, super inspiring. There's a lot of VTubers that super inspire me, like Picky Channel, who make so much of their stuff themselves and make it because they love the art and make it because it means a lot to them. That like motivates me to keep pushing myself to make things that are even better. Because at the end of the day, I want to make things that people really enjoy, and
Mhm.
I like to motivate other people and even people in my community. Even when people make freaking memes and like it's not even that's not that deep. It's just a meme. I was like, you still made something, dude, and like you're still getting better every time I see a new meme or a new edit, a new creative idea. It fucking brings the biggest smile to my face. And yeah, to even be a part of the process to inspire people to even try to make something creative or do a sketch is like stupidly heartwarming. Because I couldn't imagine what I would be doing if I hadn't forced myself to like pull pieces of wood out the dumpster to paint on, to go dumpster diving regularly for things to get through my degree. Yeah.
Do you have any particularly fond memories of dumpster diving and perhaps finding things that you didn't expect to find there?
I mean, like, you wouldn't go to. Okay, when I say dumpster diving, I'm not talking about like actual like trash, horrible, like behind the woolies where the no, like hard rubbish dumpsters. In Australia, we have specific bins that are titled as like hard rubbish. Actually, one of the weird things I found was like those miniatures of cities, like city planning miniatures.
Oh yeah,
They
city
just throw them
models.
in the they just throw them in the bin. They're so cool to look at. I think I had one of them in my freaking student apartment for so long. It was like people were like, Jets, you need to get rid of this. It's so big. It's taking up so much space. I was like, but dudes, it's so
But
cool.
it's so
Like,
cool.
yeah, like no, like there's like a lot of things like that you find in hard rubbish. Lots of weird chairs with broken legs and but most of it is like random plyboard, random crates, random like concrete slabs. The concrete slabs are fucking cool. Okay, you can most my desk for most of next studies was milk crates. Do you guys have milk crates? Milk crates is like an Australian institution. Milk crates is my desk. My desk for ages was 4 milk crates stacked with a piece of countertop, broken counter. Yeah. Broken countertop. What do you call that? Like it's a that's concrete, baby. Yeah, exactly. And then one of my mech housemates, she got all those concrete blocks, and she would put them in stacks, and then do ikebana bouquets with flowers. Because then we, at one point, oh, now I'm just rambling. At one point, we were housed like above and next door an old florist. And the florist ladies were bitches.
Aw.
There's a
Aw.
bunch of us, but they would dump all the old florist stuff in the bin out the back, and then we would still the flowers. So we had material to do references based on. And
Ah.
she was like doing courses for Ikebana and stuff like that. And so like she'd do these incredible bouquets out of just like twigs and like half-eaten fruit and stuff. I was like, why does this look cool? I don't know. You just at that point when you're like a dumb, stupid student, everything is like, okay, we can make this work. We can fuck it, we're cooking. Fuck it, we're gonna make this work. Like, let me cook. Everything is that mentality of like, okay,
By
it's
any
kind of
means
stupid.
necessary.
It's kind of like
We'll make it work.
brain,
It'll work out.
but we'll make it work. So it was a lot of that, and I do like that. Nowadays I can fuck it we ball. Honestly, being a student is fuck it we ball energy from start to finish of your degree. It really is. But yeah, I feel very fortunate that these days I can now wake up and go live on the internet and be a dork and not stress about having to fuck it we ball every like every 5 minutes.
Yeah, the fuck it we ball will make things work out
Mm,
experience
mm,
is one that I have had as well, and I think it's a very good experience. It is a formative experience. It's something that it
mm,
lets you get into a mindset where even if you don't have it or have to do it every day anymore,
mm, mm.
that being able to fall back on that mindset, that it allows you to improv and
Oh
take
yeah,
challenging situations
yeah.
in ways that people who don't have those types of experiences are going to have a lot more
I
trouble with.
never
That
even
just
thought about that
that
in
you've
that regard.
played life on hard mode.
Yeah.
Maybe you're not playing on that type of hard mode every day, but when you have a situation where you're suddenly playing on hard mode, even if it's only in this very niche circumstance for a specific project, that
Yeah.
you will have those memories or those strategies that you used
Mm.
and be able to hopefully think of something for that situation that you might not have had otherwise.
Well, like, yeah, I never thought about that, but I guess the fucking bull mentality really does help for streaming sometimes. Because if something goes bad, and you're like, I got nothing to work with, I'm gonna try and make the freaking the lemonade out of these freaking apricots. Because it's like, when you're doing mech studies in art stuff, you have a lot of presentations where you have to put a project out, and maybe you were feeling like crap that week, or you were just in a slump. Because doing a course for art stuff is different than like doing your papers for a doctorate degree. You might have to present a brand new work of creative ideation every single like day, and sometimes your brain just doesn't want to make anything. So sometimes you really have to say fuck it, we ball, and put something on the floor and be like, I'm going to absolutely bullshit out my ass right now what the hell this is meant to mean, just so I can pass this like one tutorial lesson and then go get coffee. like, uh, and like the best that I would try and do in those situations is I would do my best to make everyone laugh. I was like, at least if I can make everyone, because sometimes you felt like everything was really tense and people were tired and it's midterm and no one really wants to put their effort in. But if I could make the energy good and make people giggle and make whatever I put out there at least maybe be a bit silly, then I was like, at least I got some people to laugh today and I can go get my goddamn coffee. I think
Make
like,
it that if you
yeah.
need to make your improv comedy, that's still something.
Yeah, exactly. So, so I think those kinds of moments of having to, stand in front of professors and pretend I know what the hell I'm talking about. Sometimes, sometimes it lends itself to VTubing. I get to stand in front of chat and sometimes pretend I know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's a very important life skill. Being able to
I did not even
convincingly
think about
bullshit.
that. I did not even think about that. It is definitely helpful for university or mech studies, that's for sure. Um, and I guess definitely sometimes helpful for stream if things crash to just keep on rolling, rolling with the punches.
Yeah. Also, I just remembered, I have some things that you sent me. We were talking earlier about, some anime, and you did mention one of your favorite cute girls doing cute things shows, Yuri Yuri. So I'm going to bring us to a different scene right now.
Hmm.
You mentioned to me that you have a couple figures that are very near and dear to your heart, ones that
Oh my
just
god!
that make you happy, and one of the ones that you pointed out to me specifically was this one. Uh, this being Akari
She's
from Yuri
holding
Yuri
my
of just
desk right now. She's looking me in the eyes. She's
she's
seeing this
waving
happen.
to you.
Yes, Green. Hi. Oh my god, I love Ocarina. I don't know why. I don't know why I love her so much. I just do. I want to protect her.
She's
I want to.
genki and happy.
Yeah. She's janky and she makes me happy. And I
Oh
don't.
no, model's
I
freezing again. Please, not again.
like. Can I
Ah,
be a PNG VTuber? Let's just.
let's see if that does anything.
I I
Ah,
I really I'll see if I stay really still if it'll come back. But yeah, I really adore Akarin. She's looks like her stream is lagging. Oh no.
yeah, one sec. I wonder, can I trick it? Um, Hmm.
Um,
Actually, what if I just... Can I refresh it? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It's over here. What if I just did... Come on, it should be... Okay, no, darn it.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can still hear you. But it's just, the video is completely borked right now.
Yes, thank you guys. Thank you for letting me know.
Chat, do let us know that at least you can still hear her, correct?
Yes, I think I saw yes,
Yeah,
which
I
is
think
good.
we should be
We
good.
can do PNG for a little bit, and then I guess we could even wrap
Yeah.
up. It has been quite a while.
We'll figure it out. Yeah, fuck it, we ball.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm currently turning into Ocarina. I'm disappearing. I'm turning invisible. I'm reflecting what my waifu does.
Do you remember how the series first came to you? Was this a suggestion from a friend or one you stumbled upon?
I think I just stumbled upon it on Crunchyroll. I think I was like, oh, this looks cute, and then I just fell in love with it. It's just the best. It's genuinely so funny. It's one of those things where you go into it thinking like, oh no, there's going to be another generic moe blob, basically the patient zero of moe, and it's gonna be like sickly sweet. No, it's so smart and self-referential and cheeky and charming, and all the characters are charismatic and have their own own identifying characteristics, and you're constantly giggling. There's a lot of meta about anime culture, about Japanese school culture. It's way too well done for like a moe blob-esque a slice of life story. And also it's cute girls doing cute things, and it surprisingly has some really interesting commentary some of the later seasons about what it would be like to like girls in Japan, and how like culturally conservative it is, or it is to actually have a crush on a girl in Japan. And I think something about that was very sweet to a little bisexual like myself. Yeah, and I like Akarin. I think she's the main character, but she's not the main character. I like that she's the main character that's always forgotten. I think that's a really, really charming use. I don't think I've seen that characterization before I watched the show. And I think it's very, very, very charming.
It's been a while since I've seen that series. I've seen a couple episodes. I don't think I've seen all of it, but it's one I'm familiar with on a base level. And it's just, it is that very prototypical cute girls doing cute things show. And it is very similar in some ways to Lucky Star, in that
Yes.
Lucky Star takes that, nerd culture and amps it up to 11. That is very much what Lucky Star is built around, and that Yuri, it might not be the central focus, perhaps, but that it does have a lot of scenes like that, and that it's a very fun, lighthearted one, a very easy watch for sure. Just if you want to be able to turn your brain off a bit and just smile and chuckle and see some fun scenes play out, that it is a very nice series.
Yeah, did you think like they should get this show should get credit for like how creative they are a lot with the animation? There's a lot of really creative use of it being an anime, changing the stylization, playing on tropes. Scenes and cuts are like perfect visual comedic timing. A lot of really good visual comedic timing, which I
Sorry, I'm refreshing the cache, seeing if that helps the video at all. It might not.
What Raggy?
Yeah. And then, so when did you get this figure? Is this a newer acquisition or one that you've had with you for a long time now?
I think I got it maybe. Okay, I think so. Almost all the figures I have at the moment I got them all after I became a born again weeb. Which I say
yes,
that
you
as a
mentioned
joke,
that
but
earlier.
it's also so real. Let me see if I can fix my. Oh, I don't know if I can fix the settings since you're in control.
Yeah, because I have the control of the room. I'm trying to see if there's a way. So see, if you click the gear,
Yeah, it's not. I think it's not working.
it says video source, or I think it should say video source, up near the top. If you click the big gear,
Yeah, no, that's broken for me.
that's
That's
able to-
broken.
you can't even bring up the settings.
No, I can't even bring up the settings. It's all
I've never
broken.
had this happen before. So weird.
It's so broken. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'll be a slideshow.
I'm just glad the audio is still working. At the end of the day, that's what matters.
Yeah, exactly.
I've
This
had
is a
PNG
podcast.
guests before, so
It's the podcast. We'll just let it flow. We'll let it ride, and then we can wrap up before everything gets too chaotic.
but yeah, you were sorry, back
Born again weeb.
yeah, born again weeb.
A reformed weeb. Yeah, because I loved anime. I loved all things dumb and weeby when I was very young. Like my earliest obsessions with media before I even got into movies or music or anything was all anime and weeb and on Japanese stuff. Because weeb TM, and then then I got a little bit older and I was like, no, people have been bullying me about this. I gotta stop watching it. It was at the time period where, yeah, you couldn't like anime. It's very uncool. And so I just stopped watching it because I thought I was like already being bullied for a bunch of other stuff. So I was like, well, anime has to go. And then I went and tried to be all artsy and cool. And then COVID happened. And then I realized, oh God, I fucking love anime. And then I started watching a bunch of YouTube channels where they collected figures. And I was like, oh my God, I love this. And I kind of just really, really fell back into the rabbit hole. And it would have been like maybe around 2020. I think ARKHAND, I think this is the first figure I got as like a whole, like, yes, I am now back to being fully a weeb, as like a treat for myself because I hadn't really got myself anything nice in a very, very, very long time. And so I was like, fuck it. I went and rewatched Yuri in 2020 when COVID was happening and it was a crappy time. And so I was like, screw it. I'm gonna get this as a figure, and I did, and I love it. It's my favorite. And now I've got a bunch of other weird dorky figures. Like for 2020, when I got into Gunpla as well, I started building Gunpla. I was like watching a bunch of Gunpla videos on YouTube. I was like, wow, robot, so cool, and it all kind of came to a pit. I kind of Alice in Wonderland fell into it all again.
Down the rabbit hole we go.
Yeah,
yes.
I did.
And then the other one. This is a very simple figure. I would guess that this one was not very expensive. That this looks like one, in the US, it's certainly a nice looking one, but this probably cost, my guess would be somewhere between $30, $50. I don't know. That it is, well, actually, how big is it? Because I don't have a scale here.
Which figure are you going to show?
The Akari one, the Akari one.
The ocarina, the ocarina one on stage. Oh yeah, that's on screen. Oh yeah, can I measure it? Do I have a tape measure? I actually think I do. Wait, do I? No, I don't. Wait, I thought I did because I was doing VR the other day. Oh, I do. I can go grab a tape measure. Yeah, it's
doing science, folks.
I can give you the exact height. I need the tape measure to measure my height in VR. So I get the calibration correct. She is. Let's measure her. She is 20 centimeters.
Okay, yeah. So
small average height is Bulgarian.
Now the other one that when I asked, what are some of your favorite figures, that you pointed to this one of just like this is the must protect wife, and then the other one is a very, very fancy Miku figure. This is the.
I love this figure so much. This is like this might be my second figure I ever got after my Ocarina one. This is I think I mentioned this to you. I don't know if I mentioned this on stream. As a heavy look, she's very heavy. She's very heavy. She's like my piece de resistance. She's the centerpiece in the middle of the facility. She's the piece I forgot to hide when the electrician came over, and I was like, oh God, they know I'm a weeb.
The full name of this one is the Hatsune Miku Super Kabuki Kimono Figure 1/7 scale.
Yeah, she's big.
It's very big.
She's big, she's gorgeous. So this figure, a little more expensive. Probably shouldn't have got it, but I was like, I would not spend money on anything. Let me buy this Miku thing.
Sometimes you need
Oh,
to treat yourself.
exactly. In Australia, I think a lot of other parts of the world got this as well. Is we got that like COVID bonus where it's like, hey, give money to the economy. Like, yeah, have some money. Go invest it in the economy.
There's a
And I was
non-zero
like,
number of VTubers that I know who became VTubers because of the government check of just that, it was
yeah.
meant to be an economic stimulus, and they stimulated the economy. They spent that money.
Exactly. So I was like, oh, I got a little extra bonus. And so I bought this Miku figure, which is such a stupid waste of money, but I fucking love this figure so much. I don't know, it's so pretty. The fucking Aussie government paid for the Miku figure.
Yes, it did.
God bless.
One of the
Exactly.
best things that any government has ever done, paid for a Miku figure. I don't care if your government's the best in the world. If they paid for a Miku figure, they did something right.
Yeah, exactly. It's so beautiful. The texturization on the front face is just stunning, and I adore it. It's like, I really like figures that feel like statues, like art pieces. And this figure I saw, I was like, whoa, that's a statue. And so, yeah, it's my nice art figure thing that I have. God bless Miku.
Mhm.
I always jokingly say, I need to pray to my god, Hatsune Miku. I need to pray to my Lord and Savior, Hatsune Miku, because yeah, she's the weeb queen. It's her. No one will ever be able to outdo her.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me how much of a presence Miku has in nerd consciousness to this day. That obviously, at least in the West, Miku had a brief moment where, like she appeared on a couple real late night talk shows and performed a very small number. Most folks in the West, if they aren't into anime, video games, this type of nerdy stuff, will not know who Hatsune Miku is. But at the same time, she is basically universally known in these circles, but she didn't actually get that big in the West in terms of like sales or anything. That MMD obviously has been very big in that, the few concerts that there was like Miku Expo have been pretty successful. But if you think about it, at least from my experience in the West, and that I've been in these nerdy circles for some time now, that it almost feels surprising how widespread the knowledge of Miku has been, despite the fact that, there's never been a Miku anime, there's never really been a Miku video game, that it's just that.
Oh, there's been a lot of Miku video
Oh, wait,
games.
sorry, no, the rhythm
about?
game, the rhythm games, yeah, no, as soon as I said it, I was like, I guess, yeah, but I always mentally classified those as, those are video games with Miku in it, but that there isn't exactly, the...
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, there's a lot of rhythm
Did she have
games.
she probably
There's
had a
lot of
collab
rhythm
with
games.
Domino's in Japan. I don't know if there was ever a US
I
Domino's
think there's
collab.
a US one. It's like, you can
Really?
be really cute, just like Miku. You can get like a hologram. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's American Domino's Miku
Wow.
collab. The advertisement, I've definitely seen the advertisement before
Now
for that
I'm
one.
curious.
With some guy in a suit, he's like, you can put Miku on your phone and make her dance a little show on your pizza.
Oh wait, yes, I do remember this now.
Yeah. She's
That was
Miku's
early AR.
Yeah, it was. I've definitely seen that video before. It's like a good classic YouTube. Probably part of the whole like iconic videos playlist or something like that.
Do you remember how you first learned about Miku? Was this again just random YouTube dive or a friend?
Most likely recommended to me on the YouTube recommended bar. I think it was like "Tell Your World," the classic Miku song. Like, this is incredible. And then I don't think it was "Tell Your World." I think it was like "Say Your World" or "This Is Your World" on my iPod Shuffle, and it's like was the only song, like one of the only songs I had on my iPod. Maybe one of the first song I ever bought with money was a Miku song, and I love that song. That song is still nostalgic to me to this day.
Yeah, and just that, to this day, there's still so many figures, and that obviously MMD continues to be its own ecosystem, really, in terms of just things that creators are able to do. And it's the story of Hatsune Miku as, frankly, a piece of technology. Not that Miku's not a person; Miku is a program. Is really cool to think about of just
Yeah, she's the superior
how
VTuber. She can't have
far-reaching for
thoughts.
all the things that she has and has not done.
Yeah, she's crazy. I think it's so cool. I think she's the ultimate sci-fi idol. I think she's
I never
brilliant.
even thought about it from that way of just that Miku really is one of the pinnacles of sci-fi
Yeah.
in reality for us.
Yeah. Yeah, yes, 100%. That's why I love her so much. Like, I also love her original design so much with the screens and the skirts. And if you see those high quality versions of her design, she has all the codes and the pips and the buttons that you can click all on her. Like, her skirt is metal, I think, or something weird and like a surreal kind of science fiction fabric material. Her base design is super, super sci-fi. It's really awesome. Like her keyboard arms and stuff. It's cool.
Yeah, like I hadn't even thought of it from that angle for you in particular until you said, but then it just all clicked into place.
Yeah, yeah. To see like, and I think as a kid to see like it's a cool like internet anime character that's completely like, you know, I mean I didn't know if I thought she was I don't know if I thought she was an AI or I thought she was some kind of artificial intelligence. Maybe I did when I was younger. Obviously, older you know that she's just a product and she has a Vocaloid voice pack. But when I was younger, like I think she seemed more real than that. I think she genuinely I thought she was more like an AI, which is kind of cool.
Do you have any favorite Miku songs?
I think I'm still nostalgic for things like Tell You What. I like Alien a lot, actually. Like Alien, what does she alien? I love that song a lot. I listen to that song quite regularly.
It fits.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I find like I become very cliche the more I talk because a lot of my things I enjoy fall into a very similar box.
You're not cliche, you're consistent.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I feel like it's I'm consistent with what I like. I know what yeah. There's things that really speak to me, and I'm okay with that. I like to embrace that.
I'm gonna move us back to the main screen.
Like Germa Jets also thought Miko was a real person. Oh, I completely understand Germa. I get what he was talking about. That makes sense. Like gorillas. I get that.
And
like
that,
I thought gorillas were real. Like I don't know. I thought they were AI. I don't know. I was like, I think the gorillas are brilliant. I hope that there's more VTuber musicians in the same vein as gorillas.
I do find it kind of funny that the gorillas are one of the best Western examples to give people who don't understand VTubers.
Yeah.
If you are trying to explain the concept of a VTuber, not from a hardware standpoint, but from a conceptual standpoint of why would somebody want to do this? Why would somebody choose to portray themselves in this way? And how does one go about consuming media when they do not know the face of the creator of the media, the gorillas? And there are folks that as soon as you give them that example, that it clicks for them and they understand, because certainly it's not a one-to-one for VTubing, but the concepts at play are overlapping in a very significant way that is able to really convey the concept.
Wait, gorillas isn't real? Yeah, no, I completely agree. I really hope to see it in the future. This is something I've mentioned before in stream. I was like, one of the things with VTuber tech, I would love to see in the more future. It's like a top 40s VTuber. And I know there kind of already has been that with like Mario Calliope and stuff, but like in my own like way, I really want like an indie VTuber to make some incredible like music and art and become a musician.
I think it's a when, not if, and it's just
absolutely
when and who.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that happen because I feel like it's definitely going to happen. And I think at the moment, because VTuber is so new, even myself like fall into whole like doing the streams. I love streaming, so of course I'm going to do the streams. But I think there's a lot of potential if you're not a person who likes streaming, but you're still creative, to use the VTubing medium to do other stuff like make music, make skits, make TV shows or movies. Or there's a lot of potential there, art projects, interactive stuff, which I can't wait to see when it happens.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that really excites me about VTubing as a whole, that this is something I've said on previous episodes, that in my opinion, VTubing as we know it has existed for about 4.5 years. That if you draw things all the way back to Kizuna I, yes, that the first VTuber was somewhere at this point about 6-8 years ago, because
Mm-mm.
Kizuna I think it was 2016ish.
Yeah.
But that for those first 2-3 years, if you were going to be a VTuber, the barrier to entry was massive. That you needed very
Yeah.
specialized hardware, the full mocap rig that we're talking about, $10,000 investment,
Yeah.
and very, very, very powerful computers to be able to run it.
I think it's fair to
And
say yes, definitely.
that the turning point of when I consider the era of VTubing, not the creation of VTubers, but when VTubing as a viable thing for anyone who wants to get involved begins, is somewhere around early mid 2019, VTube Studio, Vroid, and the like, that when you finally get to the point where if you have a phone, that you can be a VTuber. That if you
Yeah.
have just something that is simple and that you're not having to buy that very specific peripheral hardware for it. And that think about the stuff that we have now in VTubing, the tech that we have. The VTube Studio just released a new update yesterday.
Yeah.
One of the
Yesterday,
features
yeah.
being a video call thing, which I
Yes.
myself am now considering even more than ever after running into these issues with Video Ninja, of just like
Yeah, I
maybe
was
I buy
thinking
that, and because I don't know if I would need a model, but there'd be a base model. Maybe I just put it off screen, and that way I can still
Yeah.
have the guest up.
Totally.
There's a good chance that I'm gonna it's all like what, $15 that I can do that
Yeah.
for a test. That's not bad. But that there's so much stuff of the Twitch integrated throwing system, all
Yeah.
these things that 2 years ago we didn't have, and now we can't imagine what we're going to have in 2 years from this point in time. That this is still the wild west of VTubing. There's still you were talking about it in terms of like filmmaking and other media earlier, of just that we are in this formative time where folks are going to look back a decade from now and be like, wow, those are the early days they did with such limited technology and shoestring budgets. And it already feels like, and we legitimately have experienced this explosive growth in terms of eyes and technology in just these 4-ish years. But it feels like VTubing's been around for forever already, but we're still in those early days. And really, anyone who's here now, that if you are tuning into Vtuber Talk episode 104, being broadcast April 26th now in most places in the world, started on April 25th, at least for me, that you are in on the ground floor if you are here right now. That even if you became a VTuber fan today, and this is the very first VTuber stream that you've ever tuned into, I still consider you to be in on the ground floor, because that is where we are in what will become, I very confidently say, a long history of VTubing. This is not a fad. This is here to stay. And while we might not know exactly where it's going or what technology will hold, I do not think it's going away. It's just a matter of what it becomes, how it becomes it, when we get certain developments. But I do not think that this is going to see a decline. If anything, I think it's going to increase. I think we are going to see, we already are seeing face cam streamers, folks who are more traditional content creators. Even if they don't become full-time VTubers, there's plenty of face cam content creators that are picking up VTubing as just an extra tool in their toolkit, that they can use it for specific streams or specific videos if they want it, because like we were saying, you can't spin around in real life and make yourself shrink and grow as a face cam streamer, but you can do that if you wanted to for a specific video as, any old regular YouTuber. And that we're going to see, I think, more folks not necessarily have it as their primary, but have it in their arsenal.
Yeah, definitely. I've I talked a little bit in my streams beforehand about how the two things that I think would be really cool to see in the future is more accessibility for full body tracking, and hopefully more affordable 3D tech, and then also the opportunity to see more VTubers on a larger stage, because I think it is a matter of time before someone breaks out of the bubble and does I don't know, appears on some kind of
Is able to really
like
hit it mainstream, of just have something go truly viral. And the 3D tracking and hardware, that's a matter of time and technology. That it's the exact same reason where 6 years ago VTubing as we know it couldn't exist, because you needed that technology. But then we in a matter of years got it to where you can run it on a phone, and it's just naturally full body tracking and 3D and all this stuff is just going to be a couple more years down the line. But my guess is that we'll be at that point by 2030, comfortably.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's even a generous guess.
Yeah, that's
Like in the
that's me
time,
hedging
even
my
in,
bet there.
yeah, even in the time that I've been streaming, it's been incredible to log on and find out there's something new that I can try out or explore, or even the time that I've been able to update or change my model, and how looking back on the tech of what it was when I started is super exciting, super brilliant.
Yeah. Are
Mm.
there any technological advancements or things that you specifically that you're just ear to the ground waiting for a particular thing because you want to do something specific with it?
Um, I think it's probably like a full body tracking suits.
Mm,
Because at the moment we have like the Vibe tracker systems. People try to use the Mocapi wasn't that good. I think like a full body like suit, like if as like cliche as like the Ready Player One thing, but genuinely something we can zip into. They
yeah,
do exist.
full
They just
haptic
cost
suit. Yeah,
they cost, yeah, haptic suits exist. They just cost a stupid amount because of how low the demand is, plus how expensive it is to make them. But accessible haptic style suits would be would be incredible to be accessible for streamers, because the
yeah,
possibility of being able to be fully virtual but fully one-to-one will genuinely, I think, change the game. And a lot of big streamers, I can imagine, would be jumping at the opportunity to grab that to do things. I just think about the potential for memes, like 3D meme content, or being able to do live shows, live performances, and yeah, that, and then cross like a that would just be like the ability to have like multiple people in VR chat doing things together, talk shows, events, all kinds of stuff would be so incredible. Genuinely the number one thing that would be, I'd be just like itching for.
yeah. I'm looking forward to that. I think it's going to be
Yeah.
really cool to see, and like you're saying, just when, not if.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
That'd be really cool to see. Absolutely.
We've been at this now for 4 hours, Jets.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to be 4 hours.
And I think I mentioned, it was like, my shows go 2.5 hours on average, but sometimes my guest and I get rolling, and I'll be honest, I could tell just from the chat we had earlier in the week. I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a layup of a show for me. This is gonna go over the 2.5 hour mark.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's great. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure to like. Even if I apologize if I ramble too much, but I think you're enabling that. So I thank you
Like
for
I
letting
said,
me
this is a talk show.
ramble.
If that
Yeah.
My goal as a host, if I can
Mm,
get my guests to rant about things that they love, if I can get them to light up and just
yeah.
go, that
Mm,
means I've done something right as a host. It seriously, like I've said, it's a talk
mm.
show. Please do talk, and that
Yeah.
you sure as hell have talked tonight, and that this has been
Thank
so much
you.
fun. And goodness knows that
I'm glad.
the Jetpack knows. But if for some reason you aren't following Jets, do follow Jets, and that you can get wonderful ramblings like this and more on the regular from her.
Yeah, daily basis, almost at this point. You can hear me ramble. Yeah.
So I have just a
Considering.
couple.
Mm.
I have a
Mhm.
couple last questions that I ask all my guests, and one of them is, do you have any goals for 2023? That we're now almost in May, which is really weird.
Mm. Holy
But
crap.
there's still over half the year left. Is there something that you're hoping to
Um,
accomplish, whether it be a specific project or trying to get some type of technology up and running? There's several that we've already discussed tonight. So anything specific you're really looking to get before the
I
end of
have
the
so
year?
many I want to do, and some of them I wanna say. I mean, there's only 20 people. No, there's only a few people here, so I I I I wouldn't mind putting some spoilers out into the ether. I obviously want to get my CRT stuff done. Sorry, I want to get my CRT stuff done, and I want to debut a model that's specific to that. I want to do more stuff for the community, be that making models for them and more reference sheets for the community. I have a bunch of interesting projects for the jetpack that I want to make uh, for them. A low poly model, possibly maybe 3D, possibly save up to get 3D tech fully working and funded. Um, I want to go to Japan. I've never been to Japan before. I want to go to Japan so fucking bad before the end of 2023. I want to play every single Kojima game that he ever made. I want to.
How many
I want
Kojima
to.
games are left on that list?
It's getting, the list is getting smaller, which is kind of surprising. I want to play all the Armored Core games and then absolutely destroy Armored Core Fires of Rubicon. Play some of the Professor Layton games and have so much fucking fun. So much fun. That's what I would love to do. Most importantly, is keep having fun.
Yeah. And the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but different people get different things from being a VTuber. I've had folks say it's a tool in my arsenal as an entertainer. I don't necessarily have a deep connection with my model, but I think it's much more fun and I'm able to be much more creative with a model. I've had other folks who have a very deep connection with their model and they're like, being a VTuber lets me be someone I can't be in real life, or lets me get in touch with my inner child. And both of those answers and anything between or beyond is absolutely valid. So for you, Jets, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
I'm trying to stop myself from waxing poetic. Being a VTuber.
I mean, of all the questions I've asked tonight, this is one where waxing poetic is all right.
When I get to be, when I'm Jets, I am Jets. I get to be 100% as much Jets as I possibly can be. I get to bring, hopefully, I don't know, something positive, if I can, and I get to, I don't know, have the chance to, I get to have the chance to I hate words. Fucking hate the English language. Fuck the English language. I get to I get to I get to channel all the kind of residue of ideation I've ever had at any point in my life and put it into one kind of place and say, fuck it, maybe this will work. And sometimes it does, and when it does work, I have the most fun I've ever thought I could possibly have, if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense.
And that's what VTubing is for me, is an ability to throw all the crap that I've hoarded into the pot and just let the stream take the wheel. Let whatever happens. And yeah.
I always ask that question at the end of the show because, one, I feel it puts a nice bow on everything, but also, while I never know how someone is going to answer, the answers always make sense, because even after just talking with someone for a couple hours, knowing about their content and their likes and dislikes, that like I said, it makes sense, and that for you, that you are here for you, you are here for fun, and that all the different things that we've discussed tonight of just you being Jets and you being able to, go off on the tangents or experiment with tech, that is who you are, and that is what you have been able to create with VTubing, and in case you haven't noticed, people like you, Jets.
What the fuck? Don't say that. That ain't true. I
like you. You're just gonna have to deal with it.
No, make it stop. I always say on stream is I would keep doing this if there was 5 bonguses here, because that's how my brain works. I really like doing this. I like doing this when there was no one. I like doing this when there's so many people, and that's why I do it. It's genuine. I saw VTubing. I was like, what if I did? This whole time it's been an in-joke myself. When I first designed the model, I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I became a VTuber? And then I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I designed a VTuber? Wouldn't it be funny if I started streaming as a joke? And then I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I actually tried and put effort and passion into this? That would be silly, right, guys? And it's just, I've just kept it up, and more people have kept stopping by, and I'm like, what the hell? This is maybe I can't do mathematics, and I can't I can't properly articulate in public spaces, but maybe the one thing I can do is make some stupid content on the internet, and if that makes some few people happy and make their day a little better, then that's doing something. And I'm God, that makes me be able to sleep at night. I
Well, it
think that makes sense.
no, it makes sense, and that just tuning into your streams is so much fun. Like I said, I don't invite people on the show unless I enjoy the content
Mm.
myself, and that I think I can have a fun conversation. Just this has been such a joy, and like I've already said, if for some absurd reason you are not already following Jets, that we have the links here at the bottom of the screen. I've done a shout out. There's links down in the channel panels if you're watching live on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, the links will be in the description. And hi, YouTube. If you made it to the end of the show, thanks for sticking around. Like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz. And if you're
Hell yeah.
watching live and missed any of this, the VOD will be up on Twitch for a week, but it will be up on YouTube for, forever after that. So if you've been tuning in at all from the beginning or hopped in somewhere near the middle or end, thank you so much for stopping by. And thank you, Jets, for taking time out of your busy
No,
schedule to
thank you
be
for
here.
inviting me on.
It's been so much
Thank
fun, really.
Thank you so much for inviting me on. It has been really great. I have to go eat food now.
Yes, please do. Last thing, who do you want us to
Yeah.
raid?
Oh God, I don't know who's online. Who's on the internet? Who do you want to raid, chat? Who do you guys want to raid? We could raid Crimbo. He's playing
Okay.
Resident Evil. I got to meet Crimbo the other day. I've been trying to, I don't know, raid people I've met before the other day and try and send out the community into new places. We could raid Picky. Yeah, we could raid Picky. Picky's incredible. Yeah, we can raid Picky. If you guys want to go over to say hi to Picky, she's playing Shimon. Oh my god, okay, let's raid Picky. I've been watching her play this series a little bit. It's been really enjoyable. Shin Mangami Tensei. I don't really know much about the series, but I've been watching Picky play it. If you want to raid Picky channel,
Yes. Remind. So is it Picky CH or is it the full channel?
it's Picky channel. It's P lowercase I uppercase CKY, and it should come up.
Yeah. I don't think Twitch cares about.
Oh, it doesn't.
Space.
Okay, cool.
So is it just? Yeah, Picky channel.
Picky channel. Oh, Spooking, thank you so much. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Picky channel.
Do a shout out as a quick test. Oh no, it's making me wait. Okay, but I think that means it worked. So cool. We'll be sending you on over to Picky, and I think they've already got the raid message Jetstream. And even if you don't have the emotes, throw in some of the universal emotes, some hearts or those stars. Thank you all so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, you can follow me here on Twitch or on Twitter. It's just Vtuber Talk both places. I did actually miss Broody Broski, Specialist 290, and A10 Atency Ellie Del Meyer. I butchered that name, but thank you for the follow. And Come Into Madness, thank you for the follow as well. That I do these about once a week. I don't have much of a regular schedule because I schedule around the guests, but if you want to keep up with who's going to be on the show, like I said, Twitter's going to be the place to be, or just follow here and keep an eye out. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you, Jets. We're going to be sending you on over to Picky. Hope you all have a great rest of your day time zone, and I will see you all next time.
Bye.